Greetings and salutations, beautiful people, and welcome to the 50th episode of Watts World. For whatever it's worth, for whatever it may be, we've been through 50 of them so far. This is the big 50. Appreciate you tuning in, tuning out, being here at some point. Part of the Watts World wackos. You know, you just never know what you might get or might not get. Good to see Cheryl Rich, Pat Evans, B Charming, Vicky. Who else? Mary. Who else we got in there? Anybody I may or may not have missed, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Happy Saturday. Yeah, I got caught up on the International Time Traveler Convention. They were doing a few things and, get sidetracked, get caught up, lose track of time. Man, I know it was nice here today. I forget what we got up to. I think we stayed in the 80s today. Weather was nice. Yeah, I got lost in the matrix a little bit. That happens, you know. But weather was nice. Got a little afternoon shower, but nothing too major. I think it lasted for maybe 30 minutes. Cleared on out. I know the moon is as bright as it can possibly be. I don't know if it can get any brighter. Anthony Crouch, good to see you as always. I did get trapped in another time. I was in Albanian time, you know. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Albania, but yeah, it's a tricky time zone. It's real tricky. Albania and Romania. Sometimes if you go to them at the wrong places or the wrong time, you might not make it out. You'll just be stuck there, I made it out with all my toes, my fingers, my arms, everything's safe and intact. Cheryl Rich, good to see you as always. Yeah, we made it to 50. The big 50. Here's to another 50. Here's to another 50. Yeah, watched a little I ain't do a whole lot today. I just kind of laid around and did nothing. Watched a little baseball. Watched the Georgia Bulldogs men's baseball team finish up their game. Man, I think they ended up beating Long Island. I think it was 18-2. Man, they just poured it on them. They beat them 18-2, and then they played the game that they were supposed to play today. They played it, and they beat I think it was Liberty. They beat them. So on to the next grouping, I guess. On to the next regional game. I have to look and see when that is. I don't think it'll be probably Monday or Tuesday. Be charming. Good to see you. It is true. You don't want to really go too hot and heavy on your 50th episode without a safe word. Probably have to pick an unsafe word just to be safe. Let's see here. All right, well, you know what? We're just going to do it. And at any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any point of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any type of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't quite describe, tonight's safe word is dogs. Let me put it in chat because a lot of people don't know how to spell dogs right. They're always spelling it with the O and without the W. But this is the correct way to spell dogs if you didn't know. What is time? It's a good. What is time? Oh, you could go down a whole rabbit hole in that, just the realities and perspectives and stuff we see. You know, it's a lot goes into it. I think our mind state, our health and well-being, mentally, physically, even spiritually. Even if you don't have to, even if you're not a religious person, you still have a spirit, an essence, whatever it is that keeps this meat satchel going each and every day. Uh, it's a lot of things that bear on it. Certain things can speed up time, like stress or discomfort, or even like joy, happiness, being at peace. What do they say? Time flies when you're having fun. We made it to episode 50. I don't know if it was fun for everybody, but it was definitely been fun at times and nothing else entertaining. You gotta love a new character unlock. I love it. I think we've almost had enough character unlocks in these 50 episodes. We could start like an entire new special grouping of Mortal Kombat, like the super unlockables. It's fascinating stuff. It really is. Hey, things happen, B. Things happen, B. We can't really explain them or just, sometimes you just don't see it coming. But in honor of the dogs whooping some ass this weekend, the Long Beach Sharks. Why would you have a university in Long Beach and a mascot as a shark? Who's ever seen a shark in Long Beach? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have them. I don't know. But yeah, the dogs, they beat them 18-2, and they beat Liberty today. I think they beat them. It wasn't as bad of a beating, but they beat them. Indy, good to see you. I didn't see Indy down there. You know, I just like to rep and promote what I like. I know everybody doesn't like everything, but American born, but Georgia by the grace of God. Yeah, they tore them apart. They were eating on shark fin soup after that match. 18-2, man. Yeah, that was like a I won't know. That was brutal. That was like a middle school basketball game, like a cricket match. And I thought they was trying something squirrely because the game got rained out last night in the sixth inning, and they were already beating them. I think 16-1 or 13-1. And I was like, oh, here they go. They trying to give them time to rest and recuperate, but it didn't change nothing. I think the Sharks ended up scoring one more run. I think they scored 2 runs total, but yeah, it was pretty one sided for sure. Sweet. Can't beat that. Yeah, I'm not opposed to getting certain things. I got a whole matter of fact, this table that I'm using to set all my stuff up on while I'm sitting outside. I got it. It's one of those like them old school metal tables that maybe your grandma or somebody had that came with the metal chairs that had they kind of had a little spring in them. I got that whole set somebody put out. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But it was probably one of them deals, probably around spring or summer. They was just probably throwing out the old and getting the new. Yeah, be surprised, but definitely a good outdoor set. That's like sometimes we'll go to customer's house and then some people just don't know things. I mean, nobody knows everything. I don't know. I only know what I think I know, and that's very limited. But we'll go to a customer's house and they say something's wrong with my outside ceiling fan. It's just it's looking real sick and real sad. And we'll go take a look at it and be like, yep. A lot of time I guess people don't think if you there is a difference between indoor rated stuff and outdoor rated equipment, especially dealing with electrical. But some people still don't know. Uh, if you're going to have an outdoor fan, make sure you get an outdoor rated fan because those inside blades, they're pretty much, I mean, you can get some with like plastic or more durable wood, but a lot of those indoor fans, they're just like compressed wood. So any slight of moisture, heat, cool, they sag, look pretty sad. But yeah, we had to do that on the customer's house the other day. It was like think it was 4 or 5 fans in total. We changed out 3 outside fans and a couple inside fans, but yeah, they didn't even know. They had no idea there was a difference, you know. Tate, good to see you, sir. I hope all is well. Happy Saturday. Anybody I may or may not have missed, I appreciate you being here, you know. We made it to 50. We made it to the big 50. This may be the only 50 you want to see in your on your device at the moment, you know. Let me see here. I don't know if I dropped the link, but I'll drop the link. I'm all out of whack. The full moon is, you know, riding high for the full moon. I don't forgot which button to press. I don't even know if I'm live. Nobody can hear me. I've been talking to myself. It's a mass hallucination. Let's see here. Boom shakalaka. All right, and we're back. Oh yeah. Oh, I bet. Different moving company stuff gets different things, no doubt. John Dunning, the man, the myth, the legend. Good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. Damn, B, what you got going on? 6 foot industrial blades? What are you trying to do? You trying to build a katana? Man, that blade's almost as long as me. Gotta be careful, B. Gotta be careful with those things. Miss Rose, good to see you as always. I hope all is well in your neck of the world. Could be. Could be. Uh, I don't know. I knew we did this job for this customer one time. Uh, I forget what they call these buildings now, but it's a huge. It's like a 20 something floor building downtown, and some buildings is like office, and some people. There's one guy, the guy that used to own the Augusta Chronicle. He's got an entire floor, like he's got just a massive suite, um, upstairs and downstairs. But yeah, he was getting ready to move or transition or remodel his place, and he was looking to get rid of or swap out this huge piano. I don't know what the brand was. I don't know if but I mean it was huge, and he called heck trying to find somebody that would move it or dismantle it or get it out of there because you couldn't just move it in one piece. You had to, guess you had to break it down, take it through the service elevator, but who knows? 5x5. I appreciate. I'll take a 3x3 or a 3x4. You know, I'll take those. Those are acceptable numerologies. Let me see here. I'm asleep right now, Cheryl. This is my subconscious AI bot, you know, super futuristic, you know. It can cipher through multiple codes of languages. It's pretty fascinating stuff. Ragnar, hey, you know, sometimes it happens that way, you know. Sometimes you got to make it to episode 50 before you get the first notification. You know, it happens that way, but I appreciate you being here still the same. Oh, yeah. Oh, oh, Kim, where'd Kim's comment go? Everything's disappearing on me. Everything's fading off into the sunset. Taking a little break from the garden. I appreciate it, you know? That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't do nothing to the garden today. I kind of just went around, looked at everything, made sure everything was still ticking. Didn't have to worry about watering anything. I gave everything a good feeding and a good top dressing the other day. So, yeah, I might go out and do some things in the garden tomorrow, but who knows? Who knows? Uh-oh. Got something brewing in the background, y'all. Let's see what's happening here.
What's
Zombie.
up, Mister? What's up,
Got
Mister
the zombie
White
force in
Flag?
the house.
Everybody.
How you doing?
Oh my God, you wouldn't believe me.
Lay it on me. Make it believable.
So I get up after I go to bed at 2:30 in the morning yesterday night morning. I got to get back up at 3:30, do some driving, come back. At 7 o'clock, I got to take a metal roof off of a building and put another metal roof back on.
Dang, somebody must have cashed in all their Make-A-Wishes on you this weekend. It's like, man, we got to cash in on Zombies Make-A-Wish Foundation.
So then, for some weird reason, I was up again till about 2:30 in the morning this morning. Then I got to get up at 3:30 again, and I got to repeat the above mentioned. I finally got done about 11 o'clock today.
Man,
Hot, just hot, man. Oh,
thank you for
Louisiana,
sharing
man.
links, Andy. That's Zombie Forces channel. Everybody make sure you go subscribe, check it out. If you want to see what Zombie Forces got going on, please do. Thank you, Andy.
Just putting a little bit of work in.
I was
This
thank God
really,
we didn't even get into the 90s today. We stayed just below it. That was much needed relief, you know.
oh yeah. And then I really got some of that really old antique corrugated roof sheeting,
Yeah.
that waffle shaped looking stuff. I mean, not
Mm-hmm.
waffle, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's real. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with it. I got a whole big old ass stack of that. I'd like to use it in some kind of landscape, make something decorative out of it. Make it something shade, make something out of it. It
No doubt.
came off a 100-year-old building.
Yeah.
I spent
I'm that way with certain things. I try to if it's still got some use or still got some life left, I'll repurpose it or heck, you know, I found decent furniture or decent things, you know, and somebody else needed it and just pass it on, you know.
Yeah, you know some of that architectural stuff. I save it because I did mention to a few people that know and subscribe to my channel. They know I got an excavator, and then I do demolition too. You know what I mean? So that whenever I'm taking something out of the world for good, you know, sometimes I find some pretty unique trinkets of architectural stuff. Welcome to Watch Life, everybody. Here on this fine Saturday evening. There's our host. He's back.
Yeah, they want to play games, you know. I like it. I like it when they play these type of games. Keeps me on my toes, lets me know I'm still alive, you know. But I'm back like I never left. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, but you know what I'm talking about, man. Whenever you go out here. I did it when I used to have a little company and we did electrical and plumbing and heating and air. And I done mechanical contracting and then I switched over to general contracting. But you find them old fixtures and stuff that people want to replace them. you know, and it's vintage stuff, there's really nothing wrong with it. They don't like the aesthetics of it anymore. So I got a bunch of that kind of stuff, like them the real copper lanterns and stuff that run on real gas and stuff like that. I got some of that stuff.
Oh no, yeah, yeah. Doing electrical, yeah. I've got a little small collection of different fans, different lights, stuff like that. Uh,
Yeah,
sometimes I just keep some of the fans, if nothing else, for certain parts. You can always swap some things over, but yeah.
yeah. I had, like I said, I had like three of them copper, real old copper, kind of a street lamp kind of thing that run on natural gas. And I've had them for years, man. I had them for like 30 years. And I had a little old lady from a lucrative neighborhood said she would like to find one. I said, well, you found one, you know. And believe it or not, I was I wound up with it. I had really nothing in it but storage. It's like a grand right there, you know. So you never really know what you got till somebody comes along and tells you.
No, and then some of those old fixtures and stuff, or even like old lamps, you could easily rewire them, repurpose them.
Oh
We've
yeah,
done that on some properties. They had those old gas style lights for the longest, and then I know we changed out a bunch of them after Hurricane Helena. Broken,
yeah.
damaged, stuff like that, and they were just like, all right, we're just gonna convert over and just do away with that finally. You know,
Oh
got a
yeah,
few
and
of those as well.
some of them old electrical circuits and switches and shit like that, man, they're rare, but they work just as good as they did the day they was made, and they might have been made 50 years ago. People just looking for that shit.
Oh, no doubt. Especially now doing electrical, man, it's not uncommon uh, to open some switches or outlets and stuff, and then the switch or the outlet just be bad from the factory. We'll test it out. Everything's testing good. Power's there. We'll put a different switch or outlet in there. Boom, everything's good. It just brand new out the box.
People be amazed on them, like the old original electrical systems that they had in the houses, man. We had a house that we owned that was built back in the 30s, and it had that old single strand open wiring in it, would run through all the porcelain insulators and stuff, and and it was wild looking, and people would try to get their head wrapped around how it worked, but it wasn't none of this fancy Romex or none of that. You had to stay out of them crawl spaces and stuff, or be extremely careful. And some of them old antique houses, you know what I mean? Whenever you
Knob
crawl
and
up in a
tubing
crawl,
wiring.
yeah, you crawl up
Hmm.
in one of them crawl spaces, and some of them old open wire systems may still have voltage running through them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Not even knowing it. Yeah, we've changed out
Yeah,
a man. I couldn't tell you how many service changes we've done on some of those houses with the old knob and tubing, or still run into the smaller like old shotgun style houses downtown that still got the old fuse panel boxes in them. Still changing them out.
yeah,
But no lightning bugs. I remember as a kid here in the area, man. It was. I mean, it was like the stories you would hear about. You'd see enough of them, you could catch some in a jar. It wasn't uncommon. Maybe late spring or whenever to see them, summertime. But I can't tell you the last time I've seen some. Maybe last season, and it wasn't a lot. It was just a couple here and there. Um, I don't know. People call them different things. Lightning bugs, fireflies. I guess whatever the correct term is. But no, I don't see them as much as I used to.
Yeah, they're not as common for some reason. I think the pesticides and everything else, all them young kids catching them and putting them in jars and all that shit going on. I think we put them on the endangered species.
Yeah. I mean, I did that a few times as a kid. I ain't never keep them, I keep them in there for a few minutes, look cool, turn them loose. But yeah, I don't know.
Man, I'm so glad it's Saturday
I know,
for
right?
some reason. For some reason, man.
Real Red Mama 4, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome to Watts World. There you go. She spelled it right. Lightning bugs. They don't have a G on the end of it. Some people above the Mason-Dixon line, they think you have to put a G. Not necessarily. You ain't got to put a G on everything unless you are a G, unless you're an OG.
Could be
Zombie, you've
grease
been around long
lightning.
enough. You could be an OG. You could be an OG zombie.
Yeah, it's possible.
It is possible. It very is. See, she just made a post about the lightning bugs. You know what I mean? You can't make this type of stuff up. We're transcending across multi-panel versus uh, metaverses. I think we just bumped it up. Now it's MySpace 2.5. We were MySpace 2.0. Things is happening, bro. Appreciate you being here to experience it. Full moons are rising. I mean, what else you want, bro? What else do you want in life right now?
Man, you ever you just ever just want to have a conversation with people that's stress free, political free, where it's just a normal conversation.
Oh, don't get it twisted. I can stress you out if you want to be stressed out. But no, I mean, I think about. I mean, I'm not, I guess, well read or well educated on some topics. Maybe the depth or the volume or whatever it may be, because all these things are constantly evolving. But I acknowledge them. I see them.
Oh
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not completely oblivious. But yeah, if it
that's
comes
not
up
what
in
I'm.
conversation, it is. But most times,
Yeah,
more times than not, I'm usually not going to be the first one to bring up something political. Which
yeah,
I'm not against it. If somebody wants to talk about it, I'll give in my input or I'll hear it out. I'm not against it. But or like or like a religious aspect. I see certain. You can see things in people. A lot of times, it could just not saying conversation isn't important, but a lot of things, if it's understood, you may not have to say it.
yeah.
It's like,
You know what I mean. It's
yeah.
like I did a poll one day. Just once I got to 10 people, you know, I said, well, that worked. People are so damn stressed about everything, man. You know what I mean? They a lot of people they don't have a real mean to just kind of unwind, you know,
No doubt. That's why it's called the
unwind.
weekend. We work our
Yeah,
asses off and get our butts kicked all week. By the time the week is over, we got a weekend.
yeah,
You got to have some time to unwind, think about it. Not think about it. You got plenty to think about most times. You got to have a time. You got to have a safe place. This is my safe place.
yeah. What's the safe word?
Tonight's safe word it's a repeat safe word. Tonight is dogs. And most people don't know how to spell it. It's DAWGS. Shout out to them dogs. If you know, you know. If you don't know, Google it.
Yeah, try to talk them down. That's all you can do. What? That's all you can do. Try to talk them down. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump.
I know. Shit, we have to talk others off ledges while we try to keep our own balance and wits about ourselves, not to fall over the ledge, whether it be
And you get
accidentally, just don't do it. They
you
cut
know
the
you got
umbilical
to
cord a long time. They ain't giving out no more bungee cords.
you got to admit it's not easy to try to brainwash people. Not all of them, So it's quite stressful.
We all absorb and intake things at different levels. If we was all like uh, if we were all sitting in the same room with the same screen and everything, then you can kind of have like a somewhat of, I guess, controlled setting. But everybody's in tune, out of tune, tuning into different things. We hear about things at different times. Uh, like how we have delays in conversation or signal. There's delays in seeing things and figuring things out. I'm still trying to figure it all out myself.
Yes, sir. You know, what's your opinion on what younger generations see in older generations in the real world? I mean, how would you
What's
think
the
they would
question
view
again? I'm
that?
sorry.
I said, how do you think the younger generations of the world look at the older generations? I mean, you think it's a positive or a negative, or how would you think? How would you
I
look at
mean,
that?
I don't know. I like to be optimistic about things, but at the same time, you have to have a certain level of, I guess, uh, reality or realism. You hope that certain things would pan out or maybe curve to the right, not necessarily politically, but just the right versus wrong. But it's viewed differently. Just like we're here in the now, and we all have different views about things. I mean, I know my views that I have are different, but I know. I'm pretty sure everybody here has felt different at some point. Maybe they felt like, man, was I born at the wrong time, and was I supposed to be here? We've had those. I'm pretty sure it's a safe assessment, and we've all had those type of thoughts at one time. But me personally, I've always had respect for the elders. That's just, kind of how it was in my family. Um, and I know we see it in our own lives, when we had grandparents or certain elders, the family was together. Then one of those elders go away, we have the funeral, then it's ultimately a little bit of that family is torn apart. You may not stay in communication or you may not visit. That family member was the person that kind of kept the family together, the patriarch or the matriarch, whatever it is of the family. We have those, the elders.
Yeah,
Society shifts. I think overall, just society has less respect for elders. Not everybody. Everybody has a different walk. Certain we see certain cultures, and over time, and we all go through the same stuff, but they've always stayed kind of family oriented, family grounded. Depending on the culture, religion, whatever it is. But I think society, though, uh, they probably could look down on the elders. Some people may have it like look at it like, man, everything we're going through now is caused by previous generations. But every generation has their role to play in society or humanity or how we take it to the next level. Um, if that word salad even made any sense, that was a long story longer.
you know, when I was a kid, that's a long time ago. What? You know what I mean? When I was a kid, to me it is. When you start stacking 50 years to say, okay, I might have been a young teen then 50 years ago. You know, that's a long, that's a long fucking time, man. 50 years.
I don't know if her comment was referring to my story or just how long ago it was to you as a kid. I don't know. I'm just going to say it was both.
I just throwing that out there for the fucking audience to fucking feast on, I guess. You know, uh, when I was a kid, older people were to be feared, man. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to screw around with you. They tell you one thing, and they're serious about it, then the consequences were inevitable. You know, so nowadays, all this young generation, they always got that second guess bullshit going on. You know, and them old people back when I was a kid, man, they could cause bodily injury if you wasn't careful around one of them. You know,
Oh, yeah,
it's
no doubt.
best is to stay away from them. I appreciated them because that was the men in my life when I come up in the world. That was the men that taught me the game of how to really work. It doesn't matter what you know. If nobody really needs you for what you know, then you better know how to work, you know, either way.
Well, I don't know who just man, that was kind of surprising, but I appreciated whoever it was, whoever just sent me a cash app. I don't want to say
There
the
you
name
go.
out. I don't know I don't want to put your real name out there, but whoever it was, I appreciate that. Never asked
See,
for nothing, never expect anything, but whoever that was, I appreciate it.
it's all good, man. You know,
Dang, I don't even have no type of celebratory thing or nothing. What are we gonna do here? I don't know. All we just do is this. We'll do that till we get something better next level.
yeah. And I appreciate you and appreciate the people that listen to everything,
I appreciate that. Real red mama. Now that's a real mama right there. She's real. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's hard to find real in the world, whatever real is. We all
Oh,
searching
yeah.
for real, somebody to keep it real. We're searching for the real truth, the real thing. It's nothing but the real thing, baby. Whatever that is. I appreciate all the real ones, whoever you may be. The known and
Yeah.
unknown. I love you all. All right, it's time to roll one up, bro. I don't know what's on your mind and heart, but yeah, it's Saturday.
I'm ahead of that game already.
Dude, I stayed
I got
behind the 8 ball half my life, bro. I'm used to it. I'm used to fourth and tens. That's where I feel the best. That's where I feel the power. You know, some people
they
some people
say
fold under pressure. Some people excel under it. I ain't gonna say I really excel, but I do like a little challenge. You know, yeah. Just wait till I level up past this second generation Obama phone, bro. Shoot. Let me mute myself. Feel free. Come on, come on. Anybody click the link. It's click the link challenge here on episode 50. You got something to say? If
fresh
you got something on your heart, bring it on.
fresh meat. We used to have to we had call in line on some stuff I used to work on a long time ago. We just had a call in line. We had an open air station where uh we would go in and do some DJ bullshit, horse around, play some music, had a call in line, request line, and you could meet some individuals with some call in line shit.
Yeah, that's what kind of, I guess, not really like a call in line, but that's kind of what I think about this in a way. We're going to have a lot of a repeat callers, repeat customers, but we have a lot of long time viewers, first time callers. Sometime a lot of long time callers, first time viewers. However that may happen. But
They
yeah.
call it the world, the World Wide Web. You know,
If you got something to say, if you're commune able, honor able, trust able, you know, feel free. I don't discriminate. I hope that you would participate. The internet will be our downfall. I know we're steadily feeding it along. Where it's like a buffet. We're just giving it new food on the buffet. Ultimately, every keystroke, every nod, every time anybody goes live, ultimately we're feeding it somewhat, through conversations, through algorithms of how the humanoids operate and communicate. I do acknowledge that part of it. I do. I'm not oblivious to that. But
Hey, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's all
yeah,
good. It's all good. You know,
yeah.
it's all we got. It's what we got, man. That's how we roll.
And I think if I didn't have a soul and a conscience, I'd just be doing little spammy videos. I'd be just like this. You see those videos of like the people you just run across in the loops, and it's the guy that's got the crocodile little game, and he's got the spikes in there. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna." It's like 2 hours or 3 hours of this guy saying he's gonna do it. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah.
what is this? Every day's Groundhog Day. You know, I think we get to a certain part of the year. I think that's maybe we see certain confusions and stuff. Maybe it's the seasons changing, full moon horizon, you get the full lunacy. But maybe it is, you know, we get to that Groundhog Day celebration or ritual, and some people just stay in it for like a couple months. They can't really shake out of it till summertime. I think I've did that a few times in my life. I'm probably doing it right now, really.
Yeah. You know, just because, I get that a lot. I'm sure you do, you try to say I'm just a mild mannered gentleman from the South, and I try to live a life on the low down. I don't like a lot of noise, and I don't think the majority of the people have that opportunity. They got stressful lives going on. They're all stressed about the house, the car, the kids, the money, all that old shit.
Yeah.
And to me, if I don't have ice cream in my freezer, I don't even worry about it. If I go to the store and leave the parking lot and say, get home and say, maybe I should have got some ice cream. But that's just an example because I don't really like ice cream. But they 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 reaching for stuff all the time, and they're not satisfied with a lot. A lot of people are not really truly satisfied with the things around them. They're always trying to seek out more, gain more.
Yeah.
The Rat Race. You know that movie Rat Race? That's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, ultimately, if you win the rat race, you're still considered a rat. How about that? You know,
Yeah.
even if you somehow manage to circumnavigate the maze that they throw at you, at the end of it, the powers that be still consider you a rat. How does that even work? I
Oh
guess we
yeah.
just got some next level master splinter knowledge. Shout out to the Ninja Turtles.
Hey, what it is, see everybody out there listening. Younger people like what? See, we're gonna turn him into a Jedi Knight. See, so he's got the Force in him. He's got the strong with the Force.
That's what the Institute used to tell me. They wanted me to go to the dark side. You don't know
Yeah.
the power of the dark side, young one. Nah.
I don't think a lot of them's ever been out on a river bank, sitting on a bank with a ladder, just lantern, just catfishing all night long, something stupid.
Oh yeah, I done did my fair share of night fishing, no doubt, no doubt. Certain things in life, if you just don't experience it, I don't know. And I know there's things that people could say to me, well, if you don't do this, then you ain't really living, and I could see that too, But certain things
Yeah,
are just this certain, or even just experiencing certain smells, like just smelling honeysuckle or things like that. It's just I don't know.
yeah. It's
Most of
like
the
being a
time, it's the
doc.
things that don't really cost you nothing. You ain't even got to do nothing extra. Go out of your way. You just got to sit back, step back, and just experience it.
Yeah, you know. I got I did get to be a doctor one time in my lifetime.
Nice.
One of the better looking patients happened to come in, and I told her, I said, "Ma'am, I said you're gonna have to disrobe, and I'm gonna have to numb your breast."
Mm.
She said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Numb, numb, 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 numb."
Was she a repeat client? I don't know if insurance will cover that one. You might have to come out of pocket.
That might be medical malpractice.
Yeah, that might be Medicaid part. Yeah, I don't know. Medicaid Part D. I mean, heck, it'd be right on par with some of these clowns we see on TV that's been allegedly practicing medicine, and then you hear about all this weird stuff they done. Like, man, you know.
You know, there was a time to where I was I was very young in my adult years, and I actually went through a law enforcement academy, and then you get out there on the real world, and you start seeing all these things that you never dreamed you would see, like men wearing dresses and dudes hanging out with dudes and all of that kind of crazy ass shit going on.
Man, where was this at?
And this was back in the fucking early fucking 80s, you know? So my point is nowadays, all these decades later, they stressing over that shit like it's something new. And the things that they stress over, it's like they look for the blame, who they gonna blame for it. And it's like there ain't nobody to blame for it. This shit's been going on for decades, some of it centuries. So relax, sit back, and the ignore it. You're gonna you're gonna breathe anyways until something puts your lights out. So you got people don't deal and they don't cope with things very well. I told my dad, he's 87 years old. I said, you need to stop watching the fucking news, man. Don't even turn the news on. Turn it off. Go cut the grass. Go do something you want to enjoy. You're in your golden years. And all these younger cats out there in the world, well, fuck, they got a lot of that life ahead of them if they live it carefully. And they're stressing about somebody and some people and some things that's not even gonna mean shit to them in fucking 10 years. You know what I mean? So you was kind of relating to that in your conversation. That's what I appreciate about you. You gotta live life. You can't be stressing about solving the world's problems. You can't solve the
No,
world's problems, and you're not going to be able to solve all your problems all at once. That goes thing by one thing at a time.
that's it. The only person or the only thing that I'm in competition with is myself. I just want to be better than I was yesterday. If it's just 1 degree, if it's just 1 degree to the bad better or 1 degree to the good. It's constant progression.
I see it. I see people. They have a really tight knit family, or they just have a complete fucking chaotic family. This sister don't like that brother. This somebody over here don't like this family member. You ever you remember the days when most every family in my neighborhood, they had family reunions, man. And they'd have 200 or 300 people in their yard or on the property or somewhere. You
Oh,
don't
no
see that
doubt.
no more, man.
Yeah. Some families still keep it going on, but like across the board, yes, I would make that assumption that it's down for sure. You know,
Yeah,
some families still
man.
do it, but it's far in between. Yeah, one time it was, yeah, it wasn't just a heck, it wasn't just a family reunion. Heck, it was a whole gathering. Yeah, a couple hundred people. I remember as a kid when we used to have our hog roasts and stuff. Man, it'd be people everywhere. You know what I mean? Heck, I couldn't tell you half the people who half the people was, but everybody was, bringing something. Everybody was contributing, doing something.
Yeah.
Checking on
I
flipping the
mean,
chickens, flipping the hogs. It was, but yeah.
when my grandfather's house, when I was a kid, it had to have 40 ricks of wood stacked, dry stacked. to be
Yeah.
able to winter out through the whole winter. That was the only heat in the house, and it was a pretty fairly sized house. And all my uncles and cousins and all of us would show up down there with chainsaws and splitting axes and whatever we needed. And we didn't stop till we put 40 ricks of wood on the property and around where the house was at, to where my granddaddy and a couple of my aunts had heat and for the winter. You know, they didn't have no gas pipelines out there. They didn't have none of that shit. It was wood, or you didn't want to have that. That was electric heat was completely unfeasible. You know, so I
Oh,
mean,
no doubt. Yeah, if you
but
needed to survive or get through.
it was always a family event. You know what I mean? And the family reunions, man, it was always 200 or 300 people show up, and we had a 5 acre yard at that house, and there was picnic tables covered with any kind of food that you could dream of. And we all played softball. The front yard was big enough to have a softball game in it. We had a softball game every year, you know, and people didn't talk about anything. They just come together and everybody had a good time doing whatever they was doing there. Now it's just this competitive lifestyle. You see that shit. I see that shit a lot, where people look down their noses because one of their relatives lives in a mobile home, and or one of their relatives' cars is not as good as theirs, or their kids don't dress as good as theirs, and they're fucking blood relatives, man. They're at each other's throats. They hate each other, and they always feel like one of them wants something from the other. You know, it's ridiculous.
Dang. I must have missed something in chat. But I don't know. You know? If you're that type of person and you got something to come up and say, come up and say it, you know? Just don't undrag. Just be normal drag. Good times. Definitely good times. Good old volleyball. Ain't played volleyball in a while. Yeah. Mm. Kind of took me into like a little time warp, time capsule, you know? It's how memories will do you, you know? Dang.
Oh
Almost
yeah,
lost me there for a minute. I was told all the stories and solutions about the Great Depression from my mama and papa. They were all survivors, had nothing to made it through it. Great Depression folks and Vietnam folks. Oh, no doubt. And see, that's the thing that I don't really, I'm not really a fearful person, or like a real worryful. You know, there's things that I could be fearful or worried about, but it ain't gonna really change much. But we talk about like Great Depressions, you know. Uh, Pretty sure some of the elders or people in chat, you know, they probably talked to somebody that lived through it, those type of things. But you know, for me, it's nothing but stories, people that I know, history, stuff like that. But I think about it like on the scale of where we are now. You know, our family, our blood, whoever went through it then and survived, uh, and made it through. But now, something like that now is totally different. You know, because a lot of that knowledge and a lot of that know-how is gone. Um, and it's some of the stuff that really matters. You can learn a lot by, you know, like we're doing YouTubes and videos and stuff like that. But ultimately, there's so much knowledge and so much stuff that they ain't even made a YouTube video about it. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody tweeting about it. It was just talked about, passed down. And now you have all the comforts and everything that we appreciate and use every day that makes our life more comfortable, more ease in this rat race. To lose those type of things and to go to like in a depression style, man, that would be kind of wicked. Uh,
you know,
you know what I mean? I think it would be, you know. a lot worse if something like that was to happen. Something that we can consider like a Great Depression.
My
Whether we're
granddaddy,
experiencing it now through little mini micro recessions or whatever's happening, could be. But I yield.
a lot of people, man, you gotta realize that a lot of people, their grandparents may have lived in town. They may have been more modernistic in their living arrangements. I carried one of my girlfriends when I was young down to my grandfather's place. We had 2,000 acres of property, in the Cumberland Valley.
Cumberland Valley Gap.
Yeah, so I took her up to one of the barns, the main barn, and in that barn, there's a couple of wagons inside that barn. And she asked me, she said, "What's with these wagons?" I said, "My granddaddy used to ride in these wagons when he was a young kid, and that's how they would get from here to town." And she said, "Oh, well, they must have been poor. They didn't have a car." You see what I'm talking about? And you're
Yeah,
like, they didn't have fucking cars back in 1800s,
it's a
idiot.
complete disconnect of
Yeah,
yeah.
they don't have no value in anything. You know what I mean? There wasn't no fucking
So you
cars.
so you telling me they didn't have Uber? They couldn't call an Uber neither?
Yeah.
It'll
Oh,
go
I'm,
it'll go as deep as
I'm,
you want it to go sometimes, I know.
I'm sure the little Chinese fucker would probably get you where you want in a rickshaw, but I'm just saying.
No, I'm too big for the rickshaw, dude. I can't trust a small man to carry me in the rickshaw. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
respect that man that's doing it. It probably would be an enjoyable ride, but I just can't trust it. I'll trust the
yeah.
horse, but the man, he might have to sneeze. Hand comes off, it's oats, it's Tostitos. Let's see here. Welcome up, Bonnie. Bonnie's, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. How y'all doing?
Oh, standing ovation. Damn, it's a twofer. Doing well.
Hey, girl. How you doing, girl?
I'm good. I've been watching people get dunked in the dunking machine and barbecue and auction and all kinds of fun. Kickball.
Did you get any video footage of that?
I did,
Well,
but
we don't. Well, screw that. We're not even going to talk about it because you got no receipts.
I put up a couple of pictures on my community page if you want to see.
You got to be careful, Pat. What is a Canadian meat pie? What goes in a Canadian meat pie? I don't know. What type of meat are they putting in there?
Blue, I'm keeping you in prayer. I don't know what's going on, but
Where's Blue at?
Well, it sounds like you had a wonderful day, Miss Bonnie.
I did. I pooped. Got a bear hug from my wet son because,
Nice.
of course, my daughter, she can pitch. He went in.
Yeah. That's
You're
bad
hanging
news.
out right now with one or maybe possibly more people that could be intoxicated on an artificial stimulant.
That's true. That's what I was thinking, like polar bear meat or like
Possible.
moose, maybe some moose shank. You throw a little moose shank in there, a little roasted moose shank. Can you eat moose? Do they eat moose up there?
What are y'all talking about?
I'm
Yeah, you
talking
can
about it
eat
all,
moose.
Bonnie. I'm like an IBM
Yeah,
processor in 75. I'm processing off of 1058 mega milliwatts.
man, moose meat's real lean. You know what I mean? It can be real
You know,
lean. It tastes good when you turn it
I
into
didn't know if it was
jerky
like a
and cure it up.
coveted. I didn't know if it was like illegal. Like if you just see a moose, you just got to let it cross. like certain parts of Asia, you just let the cow cross. You don't even acknowledge the cow. You know, just can't even think about it. It's just you got to let it go. I didn't know if the moose were like that in Canada.
I
Oh
am.
man,
I'm just
you
happy
know,
with my Texas beef and deer.
you know they have temples down there in India that they let the rats on the street run up and eat off the same plates that they get their food off of, and it's against their ethic code to kill one of them or a cow.
Canine. But they let rats eat with them? Is that
Yeah,
what you
you can see the rats and the rats running all under their feet, and when they're not paying any attention, that old rat will go over there and sneak him a piece of that food off of that platter and scurry off with it. They just keep sitting there doing their thing.
You don't mess with Ratatouille. Ratatouille's gonna get his cut. You know what I mean?
So how
The
come
country,
they don't all have hantavirus?
well, that country, parts of that country, they got a river that comes through one of them cities over there, and the whole river is like sort of I don't know, it's sort of like a light chocolate brown in the water, you know? It's like murky, muddy looking, but it's not because it's been raining. It's because a million people, their raw sewage is completely just fed into the river. It's enough to make the whole river look like it's muddy and done been raining or something, but it's just that way because they use it for a toilet. So
What are we
I hear
talking about? Where's
people
this at?
down in India. It ain't
Okay,
just
okay. I
there.
didn't know if we were talking about
Yeah,
Alabama or I was trying to figure out where we was talking. I'm sorry. Yeah,
but
I've seen some of those videos. Yeah, you're like, man,
yeah. And people think they got it hard. Shit, I can
the
show you
man, the myth, the
places.
legend, the Ohio Grassman. Greetings and salutations. I appreciate you being here. It's a YouTube legend, ladies and gentlemen. Legend.
There's places inside the United States that's questionable, and
Yeah, yeah. It's on the radar, whether they're a risk or not. They have definitely made the radar. Heck, even my area, I'm not immune to it. The stuff that's in the local city waters and stuff. I mean, it's just absolutely
yeah, man,
disgusting. You know what I mean?
it's possible.
No, it is possible, but it shouldn't be. You know, it's crazy.
We're gonna use the word possible to replace the for fucking sure.
Oh shoot, provoke away. Provoke away. No, I mean,
So when we're saying we're
you
damn
thought
sure it's
hot dog
happening.
water was bad. You know what I mean? Shoot. I mean, it's coming out like hot dog water, and you ain't even boiled no hot dogs in it, man. Something's going on here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where'd that $6 million go for new water filters? But anyway, it's a lot of filters. I could filter a lot of stuff with 6 million. Give it to me.
Yeah, I
Watch,
could.
I'll tell you, bro. I'll filter a lot of stuff with 6 mil, even
I
by
could make
today's standards.
I could make a filter island.
Yeah, I just make a filter out of $100 bills. The heck with it. Yeah, I do it one time for the one times. Man,
Sons of bitches.
Right, Jerry?
that's what I'm saying. That's the visual. That's the visual and psychological impact that it has. Exactly.
Hey, when you try not
With the extended E, that's how it hits you.
try desperately not to talk about the problems. It just makes it harder when you do talk about the fucking problems.
Yeah, who needs to worry about the drought with 6 million, dude? I'd be hashtag make it rain. I'd be making it rain on myself. I'd go get like 2 million and $2 bills just because I could. Like, who's this guy think he is? Only person ever did this was Elon Muskie. Hashtag Elon Musk make it rain.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, if you can get all the way up to the tallest observation post in America, walk out there on the deck, and just before you do, you go over there and you get you a bottle of water out of the refrigerator, and they sell you a bottle of water, and you walk out there on the observation deck. It means that we have technology that makes it possible to be able to have some water on top of a mountain, but
Oh yeah, $20 bottle of water. Yeah, up there, yeah, you got to pay for it.
I seen an excellent video today while I was sitting here taking a break from that Hector up there in the sky, but this guy, he puts this vending machine in a hotel lobby, and the hotel's in a pretty rough area of town, but it's a really decent hotel inside in the lobby and everything. So he puts this vending machines in there to where you can just use your room key to open up the vending machine, and you just reach in there and get you a Coke or whatever you need out of these vending machines.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's dumb enough some of these assholes are dumb enough to go up there and just fill a suitcase up with stuff out of the refrigerator. And then they get a credit card bill for $700. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all on the card. Yeah, it sounds like you could just steal it all, but ultimately, you're going to get that bill.
And one of the guys that did the videos about it, he was the one of the guys that come up with the idea to put the vending machines in there. And believe it or not, in this reverse way of thinking, he was a genius about it, because he already knew, because he was bragging how he had already done put like $7,000 worth of he had profited like $7,000 on like 2 vending machines in one hotel lobby, where people just kept getting it, thinking they could get it because it was free.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, there's money to be made in that type of thing. Just the convenience factor, You're already at the hotel. Yeah. You ain't trying to leave and go nowhere else. So, you're going to pay that convenience price.
Rumor has it that they'll actually cause a traffic jam somewhere just to have some guys walking around out there in a traffic jam selling bottled waters for $2.50 a piece.
Yeah. I mean, that's just that's the experience and world we live in. I remember when last season when I went up and watched I went to an Atlanta Falcons game up in Atlanta. I didn't go into it, but on the way out, we passed by this little gas station or store or whatever. Well, no, it wasn't even a gas station. It was like a convenience store without gas, but it was one of those deals you just walk in. There wasn't nobody working in it. You just walk in, get what you want, scan and go. If you ran out of they got you scanned in,
I remember when the movie theater had a cigarette machine in the lobby, and they had ashtrays on all the theater seats.
Oh, dude, that was throwback.
Smoke a big ass Marlboro. Watch
when was that, bro? What decade was that? The 70s?
Back in the 70s.
I knew it. You can't do nothing like that past the 70s, bro. They don't put you on a list.
Even
they had ashtrays. They had ashtrays in all the emergency rooms and most of all the hospital rooms. You could just sit up there and smoke a cigarette.
Santee, Georgia. If you know, you know.
Even in the 80s, it was still happening. When they started pulling it here, I went to Kentucky. It was 93, I think. And in Kentucky, every place had an ashtray. Walmart, it didn't matter. Anywhere you went.
Yeah, I got them somewhere put up in some stuff that I got from my granddad. Some of his stuff, whenever it was the McDonald's and stuff, the different little ashtrays that different places had. You know, like the Shoney's ashtray, the McDonald's ashtray. I don't know. It's a bunch of them. You know.
Oh yeah, they had them little aluminum, disposable aluminum ashtrays. They had them in Burger King and
Yeah.
McDonald's. They had them in all the
Yeah,
restaurants.
I remember those.
Yeah, you be in there
The
getting you a 5:30 coffee and an egg McMuffin and sitting there burning it down. You know, them cowboy killers in the air.
You
yeah,
know, and that was kind of a selling
'Cause
point when you were able to walk through a store, taking your time,
he's
smoking.
smoking a cigarette.
Yes.
let me explain.
Man,
In Mississippi, you can still go in the
you do
Waffle
that now, they
House.
tase you. You wouldn't even walk out of there. They tase you on aisle 3. They
In
wouldn't even do. They
Mississippi,
just tase you.
yeah, in
Yeah.
Mississippi, you can still go in the Waffle House and sit down and smoke a cigarette and have a cup of coffee in the Waffle House in Mississippi.
But I am old
Yeah,
enough, but yet young enough to remember as a kid going into restaurants and they would ask my mom or whoever was with smoking or non-smoking. You know, I still remember
yeah,
that in the '90s, right before they
Yeah.
cut it out. And even then, I'm like, what's up with this? You know, my mom was a smoker, so she would always say the smoking section. But I never questioned anybody. But even in my mind, I'm like, what does it really matter? We're all in one building. You know, the smoke over here is going over there. You know, I guess it was just a psychological thing, if nothing else. You know.
Allegedly, the smoking section had more ventilation.
Oh yeah, yeah. More ventilation.
Right.
You just got like 10 bathroom fart fans mounted onto the wall, you know. It sounds like an airplane takeoff runway. We're pumping out the air faster than you can smoke it, trust me. It's all going to the back. It's all pumping in the kitchen. All the chefs are just getting a little hit of Marlboro and nicotine, helping them pump them through the shift, you know. They don't even need
Yeah.
a smoke break. It's just pumping right over the grill.
I just couldn't
I've
believe it
actually,
stopped in the bars. I mean, you're in a bar. Beer can be pouring all over the floors and people wetting on themselves in their
Oh yeah,
chairs.
still can do
Don't
wet
allow
t-shirt
cigarettes.
contests, yeah. People that drink and people that smoke, it go hand in hand. You know, if you're a smoker and a
Yes.
drinker, you're gonna smoke more while you're drinking. You know, when I did drink, that was my experience. I no longer drink anymore, but you know, it's just they boost each other up. You know,
Yes.
before you know it, you're like, damn, where'd all my cigarettes go? You know, how dare somebody you dare somebody to ask you, hey man, let me butt my short. And why do you want the short of my cigarette, bro? I'll just give you a whole cigarette. You know, it's not that bad in the world yet. We're still in the 2000s, bro. You know, here you go. Matter of fact, here, just take 2 of them. Don't even come back. Take 2 and don't call me tomorrow. Just don't call me.
oh, they're gonna have it now where you can't smoke a cigarette and be on camera on the internet during a live video. It'll be a no smoking video.
I can see that, and that's one of the aspects of why I don't cut my camera on. Is because I do smoke from time to time. You know, I don't care if somebody knows I do it. You know, but just I guess somebody could see that as offensive. I guess enough things could be offensive as it is. We don't need to add to the list of this obscenities and offensities. You know.
Right.
But I don't judge nobody, you know. I don't judge nobody that drinks. If they want to have a cold one, a glass of wine, you know, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Shoot, I
I'm gonna
went every
tell you,
time I go get tacos, I think about getting me a fat margarita. Oh man, they look good. I said, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Let us have our vices, dang it.
my dad, my dad was like turning 83. My dad was
Oh
turning
man,
like 83.
you got to hit them with the Joe Cool laugh. Just kidding. If you know, you know. I don't even think nobody in the humanoid kind can duplicate the Joe Cool laugh. But yes, you know, you know.
I go to my pop's house and when he's on his 83rd birthday, I remember it. And we were sitting outside under a carport, just hanging out. And he says, you know, I know you smoke pot. And I was like, yeah, really? He said, I don't care if you smoke it. You know what I mean? So for some strange reason, he thought that I just needed to get up and go somewhere and just smoke a joint or something, you know. And I was like, no, it ain't like that, Dad. That's not how it is.
He was fishing. He was trying to find it.
And
He
yeah,
wanted it.
and then he wanted to know how much it cost.
See, I knew it. He was fishing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take it. We'll take it how we can get it. Same. You know, it's better than lame,
I
lame.
I
You know,
like donations. You know, I get a lot of donations. People I hang around. I
yep.
can't. You know, there's only a couple of things I can't really tolerate. That's somebody that. It's not somebody that wants to have a party and get a little bit tipsy on alcohol and all that. It's those ones that want to do it every single day. You know, that's the
Right.
ones that I don't deal with.
They're numbing, but it's still there the next morning.
Yeah, I went downtown this evening and went and had some Italian food. It was what I was craving. You know, I said maybe I'll have a good experience, and it was a pretty good experience. And then I had just came in from outside, so I was giving my eyes time to adjust because I always wear sunglasses for the most part. And so I still had my shades on, and here comes this one dude, man. I don't know. He was probably every bit of 400 pounds, easy. He comes bebopping in. He was like, my buddy will be in a minute. He came and sat down at the table beside me. Here comes this other dude bebopping in. He had his sunglasses on, and I gave him the head nod to acknowledge him. He said, "What's going on, brother?" He said, "You already know the vibe. It was a great day for sunglasses, wasn't it?" And I said, "Yes, it was. It was a beautiful day. Right on." And he went and sat down, and man, they started. Man, it took them. I had just ordered. I ordered after they sat down. They got my salad, they got my bread, they got my main dish, then ate and everything. And they still was trying to figure out what the heck they was gonna order. But they got this. Probably got the biggest beer that you could order in there. They got this big old chalice of I don't even know what type of wine it was. Uh,
Ew,
but I said, yeah, they finna have a good little time.
beer and
I said
wine
that
go.
dude was about 400 pounds. He's gonna need the whole chalice for himself. You know, there's a lot of void to intoxicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. You don't want to be too wound up, and you don't want to be too unwound. You know, either way, it could spin you into a spiral of just pure chaos and unconsciousness. Shout out to those out there taking a sip and popping a seal right now of a Mad Dog 2020 OG grape. You know who you are. I appreciate you for tuning in and tuning out at the same time. Because one thing about it, if you ever popped the top on a Mad Dog, you was definitely tuning in and tuning out at the same time. You just didn't even know it. Just to think about that stuff makes me nauseous. Oof.
Oh, they know who they are, and some of them are ones that say, "Okay, if I'm going to do this tonight, I'm got to have me a waste pack. I got to have a waste bag, trash bag
Oh yeah, dude.
around me, so keep the trash can convenient." And for those of you that have, you know, extenuating circumstances, just go do it in the bathroom and get it over with. Just use the toilet for a bar, you know. Just when they said prohibition, you know, could you imagine that?
Oh yeah, that'd have been an interesting time for sure. Prohibition. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
What
they
was
were
that one
killing.
guy? They made a movie about it. They made several about it, but anyway, yeah.
Oh, Al Capone. Al Capone
Uh,
and his gang were some of the biggest
Elliot
ones,
Ness,
man.
that guy, the character
Yeah,
Elliot Ness, that was allegedly in charge of that special task force. I think they made the movie. Was it Untouchables? And I think it
yeah,
was what's the guy's name? Kevin Costner. I think Kevin Costner was playing Elliot Ness, the
yeah.
FBI agent or the D. I forgot what his title was, but yeah, I think that's who he was taking on, Al Capone.
Like they say back in the 60s, punk ass pig. Damn. But yeah, could you imagine that, man? If I was there, you'd be thinking, well, this ain't gonna last. You know what I mean? And it didn't. It didn't. Enough people died from distilling poisonous alcohol and everything else. You know, they tried to feed on that and use that against people to say, see how people are dying from alcohol. They wouldn't tell them what kind of alcohol. They just say they were dying from alcohol, and they would try to lobby that shit in front of the legislators. But
Shout out to all the legends coming in chat. Shout out to Ken. Shout out to Limbs. Who else crept in here? Miss Metal. It's good to see y'all. I hope all is well. Tuning in, tuning out. Happy Saturday.
hey,
We
I
made it to
was hanging
50th,
out.
the 50th episode.
I was hanging out with Mrs. Metal, and she had me in a fucking dog kennel on her back porch fucking 2 hours the other day.
Nice. That sounds like a beautiful experience.
She knows what I'm talking about.
See, I knew it was going to be a dog type of night. You know what I mean? Sometimes there may be questions, sometimes there may be duplicates, but that's why it was the safe word. I sensed it was going to be a dog-tastic night.
There you go. Dog kennel. And that's what Miss Metal had me in the other day. Then she wanted to get on my ass and tell me, oh, Zombie, we know how you are. But she never would say how I was. You understand what I mean? What? You know what I mean? She wouldn't say it.
Yeah, that's kind of tricky. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't think I can disclose that in an open forum. Maybe in a closed setting. Maybe in a
good.
closed setting. Let's see
She
here.
knows. She knows I'm a lesbian. So
Hey, I don't judge you. You know, whatever your preference, whatever your vice or device, whatever floats your boat. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Watts World. Check, check, mic check.
Come on in.
Red Mama, are you with us? Is this the real Red Mama? Maybe not. Maybe that was a jokester or prankster. Who knows? Somebody just tried to come in the back chat that said Red Mama. We'll see.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I guess
Feel
you have
free.
to judge
Come
that.
one, come all. Click the link,
Judge that on how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop.
Some people never know. Some people don't even know what that means. Sometimes you got to give them a demonstration, Sometimes demonstration will bring the demon out of them. It's in the name, Demon. Let's see here. Let's try this again. What do we got? Welcome up. Welcome in.
Red Mama.
Hey, how are y'all?
Welcome up. Welcome to Watch World. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Welcome. I feel very welcome. How are y'all? Happy Saturday.
Happy
wait,
Saturday.
I
Made
gotta
it.
let me.
I reckon I like the way you talk.
Lauren, good to see you as always. 11/11 on the 50th, as always. Perfect timing. Nobody's got better timing than Lauren. He may be the only person that could out-time me in the time verse. I appreciate that challenge, my friend. Welcome in.
Zombie, you done chased her off.
Dave's hanging
Zombie?
out in the back.
Come on, bro.
I didn't
You
say
gotta let them
that.
get comfortable first before you chase them off. You know, they gotta feel some level of comfort. Now she's probably gonna go bake a cheesecake with no cheese. You have to use yogurt now. There you go, Jerry. Jerry's wise. He knows a lot of things, you know. If I was going to
Yes.
change my name to an alter ego, it would probably be Jerry. Confuse the heck out of everybody. Everybody, man, that's too many Jerrys.
I told my son, I said, Georgia wants to have a barbecue cook-off. And he said, bring it on. We'll beat those Yankees. And I said, Georgia's not Yankee.
Oh, see, that lets you know they ain't even ready for the competition, buddy. They don't even know what they're up against. But no, don't even tell them. Don't even correct them. Just let them think that. That's perfect. I love when you underestimate the competition.
He said anything above the Red River is Yankee. And I said, I
But yeah,
have,
it's over. It's
I have
over.
a whole lot of friends that would disagree with that.
So
Oh
do
shit!
you
I'm gonna
like?
bring the Mad Max cooker now, just because of that. You know, I was gonna let it stay in Georgia, but I'm bringing the Mad Max cooker. I'm smoking all the way down I-20, baby.
So you
Cool.
like? You like more of a stringy, moist barbecue meat, or do you like
Hey,
what's
Lauren.
your favorite style of barbecue meat and how it's cooked?
Stringy. What are you talking about?
I like a very young tenderloin from a
There you
deer
go.
wrapped in bacon, and you put toothpicks on it, and you let it like cook with bacon wrapped around it at like 400 for like a little while. That's the best
Yeah.
meat is tenderloins, back straps.
I mean,
Sounds good.
I like it where it pretty much comes apart in strands, like a
Yeah,
steak or
well,
something like that, with a
that
fork.
comes
You know where you can.
that that comes with the spots.
Yeah.
That comes with the spots. If you know, you know. That
Yeah.
comes with the spots. Sorry, I'm smoking a bowl right now.
That's
It's so
food
nice to meet
porn.
all y'all. I'm Crystal, Red Mama. I'm from West Virginia originally. I'm actually being held hostage, for multiple different reasons in New England area, right outside of New York City and Connecticut and that whole area. I hate it here. I hate it here. But soon I'll be able to return back.
Sweet. This too shall pass.
Absolutely. Day by day, step every day it's closer to going home. I hate
Nice.
this place. Man. People
Man,
are like
we got a guest that coming.
running
I didn't mean
from
to
like
cut you.
animals here. They're like, oh my God, it's a squirrel. And they're like running like, what?
They're running from the squirrels.
Well, the squirrels here come up to you and like, fuck, I have to go out in the woods and fucking, hunt and stalk and shit, stalk and hunt and look for these motherfuckers and get a whole mess. Here, man, I could have like a whole mess of squirrels in like 2 minutes if I wanted.
Hmm.
It's crazy. The squirrels know. The squirrels know.
I caught
Hi,
a school.
Kim. Hi, everybody.
I caught a squirrel one time waiting on a school bus, and we were sophisticated junior high school students,
I get
so
it.
a few of us had little
Hunted
small
your way there, hunted
briefcases.
your way back. Yep.
We
Go ahead.
had
Sorry.
we had briefcases. We had these little smart briefcases instead of backpacks, and we managed to catch a squirrel. And it's not so warm outside, so the bus windows are up and all that other shit. We just let that little bastard loose on that school bus, man, and it traumatized people. It traumatized people.
Hmm.
You know,
It was little.
Oh yeah.
I
Hot
mean,
school bus, no AC. Yeah, that squirrel didn't know what
uh,
was happening.
kids,
What's
kid,
that guy's name? Steve something. They call it's a squirrel or I can't remember. There's
Oh
a
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
They call it the streak, but it's the guy Ray something.
yeah.
Ron Ray. I can't remember, but
Can't
he's a
remember.
comedian.
Ethel, get
Ray
your clothes
Stevens.
on, girl.
Ray Stevens. Ray Stevens. It
Ray
was Ray
Stevens.
Stevens.
That sounds familiar. Ray
Yeah, he
Yeah,
had
you can
that.
look it up. That's some old time, and
Hey,
that's what
hey,
we watch.
hey,
America's funniest home videos.
hey. It's me
Hey.
again, Margaret. It's me again,
Yeah,
Margaret.
Megan Margaret. It's Megan Margaret.
Tennessee Red Runner. Good to see you, sir. I hope all is well.
Oh, I gotta look at the comments. There you go. I'm usually not on this side of the StreamYard. I'm usually on the other side. So this is nice opportunity for me to see for
Hey, things are
my
happening.
folks.
Things are changing, you know.
Yeah.
I like new character unlocks.
Right. Well, thank you. I
It's a
appreciate it.
beautiful thing.
Me too. I will share you out. I don't like doing it live because got a bunch of trolls.
I
A
love
bunch
the
of
trolls. Bring them on, you know.
No, they're really bad. They're really bad. They say a bunch of things about me. I actually have court
All right,
Monday
no,
for
no.
my second restraining order
Oh,
on one
no,
of
heck
these
no.
stalkers.
We want
It's
comedic
like
trolls.
serious
We
in real
want
life.
comedic relief. Yeah, we don't want,
Well,
yeah.
no, they like threaten the life of my minor child and stuff.
Oh, no, the
So
heck with
yeah,
those
you know,
guys. The heck with those bums.
and it's been like years and years type of situation. So, anyways,
Oh, yeah,
not
they're real
gonna
life trolls.
flood
They're not just like, yeah,
information with this. It's a drama channel
those
at
type
this
of
moment,
people
but
really do live under bridges, believe it or not.
right.
That's the
No,
only
well,
place that they can feel safe is under that bridge.
no, they're like in real life. Like I got their names and addresses. Like they have to show up for court. It's
World
insane.
is
This
full
is
of
where
Oh, thank
weird
you.
real.
people.
This is possibility where this is possible. Remember our word possible. It's possible that you could be around people that are connected with every part of the government agencies, underworld spy technology. You know
Oh, I believe in all that
that
shit. I know
that
it.
place.
Do you guys
That place.
remember a convoy, a people's convoy in the United States when COVID hit? It's like a huge.
Losers. They were losers. Every one of them were losers.
Yeah, that
Well,
was definitely
hi.
a thing.
I'm a loser. I'm a loser. I'm Red Mama from the People's Convoy. Hi.
Welcome
They
in.
sold out. They sold out.
No
It's a
bullshit.
short
Hey,
conversation.
listen.
They
Hey,
I
hey,
sold
wasn't an
out.
hey,
organizer. I wasn't an organizer.
hey.
I was a
I
participant. I was
appreciate
a
everything we
participant.
got to say,
I
but just
was not an
one at a
organizer.
time. One at a time.
Oh yeah,
Just one at a
I
time.
get it.
I can't
I
hear
get
everything
it.
at once. Even my young little green ears, you know, they still have to manipulate through all these voices and stuff. So,
I was
at
hanging.
what point did you join the convoy? Did you see it through from the beginning, or did you join at some point?
Shit.
What point did
Hold
you
on.
take place in it? If I can ask, I'm pretty sure you've probably been
Oh, hold
asked
on.
1,000 times.
Hold on. Shit.
It happens.
Okay, I'm back.
Usually
Okay, good.
happens when I ask questions.
Can you hear
A lot
me?
of shit.
Can you hear me? No.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm not going to touch anything else because I'm afraid I'm touching buttons on different screens. I'm not going to be able to find my way back.
Be careful.
I started with the convoy before it even was a convoy. I was in Telegram. I helped run the Telegram. I was a mod of Telegram. And actually, how it all started was I clicked a link and it said, "Do you support the Canadian truckers and do you support freedom and this, that, and the other?" I said, "Yes." Next thing you know, Marcus, not Marcus, the organizer got a hold of me. Other people got a hold of me, and I was running and managing and modding, helping mod and helping manage. Okay, I'm not like the head man. It was just I was a mod on Telegram before it even started, because they were originally going to pull out of a different city before they, Adelante, before they pulled out of what was it, Bakersfield or some shit. I can't even remember where. So I was at the very beginning. I was the girl with the long hair with the kids. I ran the kids convoy.
I remember you.
Do you remember me? Hi. Now there's a
Hi.
lot of bad things people say about me and everything else. I'm not that person. I'm a good person. AJ, my son, was kind of big there. He was one of the original kid streamers. I didn't even stream back then. He started streaming, to stay busy and to show everything. And he's very vocal and conservative and, Christian and,
Is he-
just like, what is wrong with you adults? Like, right is right and wrong is wrong. Like, what are you guys trying to do to us? Freedom.
Yeah.
So hey, can I ask you a question on your opinion
Absolutely.
on the based on the outcomes of bad things and good things? What's your thought on it? I mean,
Oh, the convoy? Well, there was bad and good things that came out of it. I've got a huge family all across the world because of the convoy. Did we get a lot accomplished? No. Did we bring some attention? A little bit. Did people lose a whole bunch? Oh my God, so many people lost
yeah,
so much that participated, so much. But you know what? Was it worth it? Yeah. Yeah. You have to say yeah.
I agree.
Because if it was one person less, two people less, three people less, it wouldn't have got that, that extra, camera footage. It wouldn't have got that extra media, 30-second, 10-second, 5-second content. I don't
you
know.
know,
It
I
woke
was
some
having,
people up. It woke some people up that,
yeah,
those we got to think that was COVID where they were demanding people to get shots or lose their job. Oh no, you have an option. You don't have to get the jab. You could just fucking lose your fucking past 15 years, even though in 5 years you could retire.
yeah.
That's
Oh, I
fucking
get it.
blackmail.
You know, I get it. I get it. You know, I get it. I was there, Hagertown,
Now,
every
granted, could
day.
things have gone better? Yeah. But okay, so Aiden, my son, is at the very, very end when Marcus was pulling out with the bus. He stopped and he called for Aiden and he called for me and he went and he talked to us and he straight told me, he was like, listen, Crystal, he's like, you're going to learn sooner or later. He's like, I did this for the best for everybody. He's like, it was going to end up really, really bad if I stayed here. He's like, I have to do this for you, for AJ, for everybody else, and of course, AJ was just losing it at that point in time because he's a 12-year-old kid and he wanted to win. He was dedicated and invested. And he's like, how could people think any different? He couldn't understand, at 12 years old, that people thought that having freedoms and choices and options, how can that be a bad thing?
Yeah, I get it.
He learned
I mean,
early,
a lot of the people, uh, they they poured their hearts into something.
hmm
You know, the
gave it all
overpasses and
and more.
people cheering them on, and I get it. You know, they said, "Oh, it was this, it was that, it was this, it was that," and I was like, "Okay, here's what it was." And like I said, you know, you got to be careful
It was
because
a dream.
it's like,
It was a dream, but
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
listen, if you're not chasing your dreams, what the fuck are you doing?
yeah,
It
What are
was a
you
yeah,
even
dream
in it
to
for? If you're
end
not
the
trying to win or
mandates.
succeed, yeah, what are you even
Yeah.
doing? If you're not trying
You
to
know
make
what?
it better or
Yeah.
do better, yeah, what are you even doing? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know,
You know what I
if
mean?
we
You
say
could,
that this is a game, if
I'm
life
not
is a
going to
game, if
say
you
I'm
want to
going to
say it's a
win or I
game,
won.
why don't we want to win? Why don't we
I'm
want to
doing
make things
something.
better for the next players that's trying to play the game?
I'm
Our children,
attempting.
whoever it may be.
there's too
This way
much.
didn't work. I'm evidence. This way didn't work.
There
Try
was,
something new.
Oh, you're here.
there
You
So,
was,
know, whatever that battle was, that obstacle was,
right.
it may not have been favorable for the time or for the moment, but you're here to talk about it,
Right.
was,
But I
whatever
applaud
that
both
next phase
sides.
may be.
Both sides went toe to toe, and everything else. And I mean, I'm not going to go into all that,
It's okay.
information or
yeah,
misinformation shit,
it,
and I won't do that. Absolutely not. But it's
here's what
just
I
a
think
lesson to be
happened.
learned by everybody, on both sides. A
Here,
lesson to be learned, like who's playing who's on whose team, and are we really against each other, or are we supposed to be on the same team?
see, the
But it
thing
shows you
is,
a community is
Right.
probably not going to work because too many chiefs,
The only way they win is if they keep us fighting against each other.
Yes,
That's period.
yes.
You
You know,
Absolutely.
there's a
Ultimately,
there's
because
a
once everyone comes together, once everyone comes together, it all
Yeah.
comes down.
yeah.
It all comes down
And
See,
once
I
and
everyone comes
love
together.
I had
Viewer
conversations
discretion
with
is
somebody.
advised.
I had a
I love that.
conversation with some people up in North Carolina that were
Whee!
we were talking about it before it actually happened, you know, and how I spent days in Ottawa
Oh,
as
okay.
just learning about
Are you in
who's going
Canada?
to do. No, I'm in
Oh,
Louisiana.
oh, okay.
So anyhow, I'm up there.
I
It's
had a
cold.
friend in Louisiana. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's cold as hell up there. But
Yeah.
what it amounts to is people get their. If you said, okay, what if, and I'll throw this out here, what if somebody you listen to somebody on the internet about Colonel McGregor or this colonel or that
You
colonel.
better
So
not.
if you ever come face to face with somebody who has military intelligence of that
Hmm.
scale, what do you do with that person? Do you make that person your ally in every way you can, or are they the enemy?
It depends on what they have to offer.
And
It depends on what they
whenever,
have to offer. I mean, someone could offer you some
so
names and maybe some places. Others could take you
I
straight to the
get it.
goddamn fortress with a fingerprint eye retina scan and shit. It depends on what they have to offer. It would all
So I mean,
depend. There's a
and
lot
then
of different ways to go with
I
that.
heard, I heard this discussion not so long ago. I think it was me and Bonnie or somebody. We were talking about it about what would happen if local trucks and local people just said, okay, we're going to shut down. Okay. And then you get the same old constituents in there. You get
Yeah.
people,
You haul in
you're going
extra voters that aren't legally really supposed to vote, but we passed a cheap law that said, hey, you could vote here. And then yeah, maybe not.
you're going to get somebody that's going to say, okay, here we go. Politics. What side are you on? Who do you vote for? I don't listen. Let me explain. I'm an
I vote for
independent
where I
person.
live.
Yeah, I'm independent. If I'm ever going to speak up for somebody, I damn well better know that person personally. I'm not going to go out here and say, oh, I want to make this person, this person, this person, this. I want to give them this position when
I
my
get it.
chances. So whenever you take a massive amount of people inside this country and they say, okay, why did this not work? And then somebody comes along and says, hey, okay, if I was let's just say a lieutenant colonel, and let's say I spent 38 years working for the government and intelligence agencies, let's just say
Hmm.
that.
Uh,
And I said, okay,
hypothetically.
what side of anything would
yeah.
you stand on? Would you stand in truth? Would you stand in, okay, we're called patriots.
Yep.
We're those people that
Three
says,
percenters.
I don't care about your president. I don't care about your mayor. I don't care about your government. I care about the fucking Constitution of the United States of America.
Constitution.
Period.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly.
Period. There's no
Exactly.
discussion outside of that. I don't care about your ethnic groups, your personal
Yep.
beliefs, your personal religions, or any of that. Can we move this country in peace together? And you say that, and they say no because we don't know how. We
I
haven't
think
figured it out.
a constitutionalist party would be like, I don't know. It would grow right now.
Here's what
It
I
would grow right
say.
now.
We
I
can't get
had a
organized. The
I
last
had an
time we were in
opportunity. I listened to the
2020.
live I listened to the live broadcast that was coming out from
Okay.
the Liberal Party up in the Northwest, and I listened to
Oh my
some of the
God.
some of the people.
I'll pray for you.
The Bundy. Let me explain it to you. The Bundy
Mhm.
man, when he speaks, when he gets in front of the microphone and he says what he's got to say, about how his family's been ranching the same property for 150 years. To have the
Oh, yeah.
government come in and take over laws, take over parts of lands, take over everything, and put 4 complete layers on top of him and his father
Damn.
that's been ranching for 150 years.
Forcing them out.
That-
Forcing them out.
That take helicopters and go out there and fly around and shoot the man's cattle right down and bury him
Oh,
in big open
damn.
ground trenches. You see,
Is there
I'm
video
not
of
talking
that?
about. I'm not talking about. Here's the thing.
Is
It's
there
piss and
video?
vinegar. Piss and vinegar is what's going to bring this country back. It's not going to be voting for a politician. It's not going to be what's on the latest news. It's going to be people. And the point was well made at
It's gonna be
that
your
convention.
neighbors.
It means you got to bring people together and you got to hold them together. Your citizens and your neighbors and your friends and your allies inside this country are your greatest assets.
Yeah.
Whenever there's division in your communities, there's that doubt. Then there goes that fucking what? Who was the guy that carried the lantern and warned that the British were coming? You see,
Paul
Paul
Revere.
Revere. You see, they don't know anything about any of this shit. And I sat
I
here and
know about this shit.
I
My
watched them
son knows
truckers.
more. My son
They
is
have the,
like a historian at freaking 17
yeah,
years old. He knows
yeah. So
everything,
you
every
got,
flag, every war, every like Chinese dynasty. Like my son's a whiz on all this. And
when
he was
you
part of the
when
convoy.
you start persuading, you start getting the attention of rank inside things that have served this country for the better part of their life, that understand it, can see it inside and out in ways that you couldn't conceive knowing it unless somebody explains it to you. How
Right.
could you
I
know?
get it.
How could you
I
know?
get it. You
You would be
wouldn't.
divided.
Yeah.
And there's controversy inside this country right now. And here's my biggest beef with that. The militia. Okay. A well-organized militia is a
Yep.
defense of America. And
Yes,
the
they
Second
are.
Amendment shall not be infringed, you see.
Infringed
Now,
at all.
there's big sections of every other county and state and parish inside this country that wants to what?
Yep.
Abolish the militias.
AR
What is that?
guns, all this stupid shit.
You know, that's the people.
State of
To tell
Virginia, one
people,
of the
don't
latest.
defend your neighbor. Don't defend your neighbor. Don't go out there and get involved. Hide in your house and stay
Mm.
inside until we tell you it's clear to come out. You see,
Oh,
that's
well,
the problem.
I'm not that girl.
You understand what? See, we speak the same
A
language there. You know,
308, a 45, a 9. I mean, a fucking 22 is faster than 911. Not gonna lie.
That's what January 6th was. And
and
look what
what?
they did to it.
Here's our expectations in
so-
that. See,
That's
the,
what
the,
happened.
suc-
It shut the
the
people
success,
down.
I was at
the
home
truth,
watching it. I
the
wanted to
truth
go
is,
and go.
if you can't do it in peace,
Hold
if
on
you
one
can't
second,
do it in a
zombie. Hold
peaceful
on one
manner,
second, zombie. Hold on, take a breath. What you got, Bunny?
No, I don't know. I think a lot of that was infiltration and shit. And like, granted, I'm sure that, everyone,
I don't
a
know
lot
what's
of people
happening.
joined in, but I think some of the the initial things that happened on J6 was not by a certain group on the right side.
No, that's why there was so many agencies in the crowd.
Yeah.
Crowd
Yeah.
was people with walkers, wheelchairs. I'm sure
Right.
they were not there to cause violence. How could they?
They
And
didn't come already ready. They didn't come war ready. I mean, they could have
no,
at least wore a
no,
helmet. I mean, knee pads, helmet pads. I mean, come on.
no. They were the voice of
yeah,
America. And when they walked onto that lawn, they were attacked. They were fired upon. I watched the live videos from my friends that were there. I
they
saw
knew
it.
it was.
And
They
I
knew it
saw
was going to
them
happen.
pulling.
They knew it was
I
going to
saw
happen.
them zombie. I saw them pulling the people off of the windows that were trying to break them. I don't know who they were.
It's like I said, they knew they were going to. They knew everything that was going to
Oh,
happen
I'm
way
back.
before it ever happened.
Maybe.
They knew what the ultimate outcome of it was going to be. They knew, and don't
Oh,
think they
look, a
don't
furry.
know. They know. They just know. You got to understand that. They know.
And how about that? What year was that? What year did that happen again? It's been so many
20,
events, I forget. What year did that happen? Was that
2020.
2001? I mean 2021?
Which one?
I
The
think it's 20.
J6. What year was J6? I forget.
2020. 2020.
Okay, 20. Okay, so
Yeah.
J6 was
Or
2020.
2021, maybe 20 or 2021. No, wait, it was 2020.
There's so many
No,
news
wait,
flashes.
It
How
was
can we
after,
remember?
wait. 2019 was COVID. Was it during COVID?
it was after the election
Okay,
because
so yes, it was
Pence was up
2020. It
there.
was 2020, and then COVID like
Yeah,
became aware in
January
like March.
2021.
it was
But yeah,
Yeah,
21.
fast forward now,
I
then
had
now we're
my son.
celebrating the 250. You know, the 250 of America.
I
You
had
know,
my last son, my last kid on April Fool's Day of 2020. So that's when it was. It
oh
was
damn,
January of 2020. January of 2020,
wow, how about that?
right?
Well, that's a blessing nonetheless. You had a child, but you know the timing of certain things.
Oh no, no.
You
Well,
know.
yeah, yes, absolutely. But it
I know
was
I've
like,
known I've met a couple people that's allegedly been on April Fool's Day. And I
well,
always thought that's
yeah,
kind of like a
yeah.
joke in
Everyone thought
itself
I was
because nobody
playing.
believes you. You know, you're telling
Everyone
everybody
believed
it's your
me. No
birthday
one
and they don't
believed
believe it.
no one believed me. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, actually, it was okay. So my daughter was born 3 years earlier, 3 years one day. She was born on March 31st. So like I text all my friends on March 31st and I'm like, hey, I think they're gonna make me have the baby right now. And they're like, no, it's too early. Stop playing. It's too early for April Fools, everything else. Well, they thought I had COVID. They thought the baby had COVID. They were they quarantined me and him. Well, okay, so before I left the original hospital, they like put me in a coma, took me to the other hospital, got my baby out, and then like 5 days later, I wake up out of the coma. I don't have COVID, so they woke me up and the baby was still in quarantine, so I had to go and, be in a little room with him. It was horrible. It was a very, very bad situation. I'm not gonna lie. It is like trauma, 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 trauma. I mean, it was horrible. So you go to sleep, and 5 days later, you wake up and your baby's born. Now, listen, that's not the worst part. So they take me to NICU. I hold my baby, and then they tell me, "Well, we're shutting down the NICU now, and no parents can come in or out. Only the nurses and doctors." I'm like, "What?" So I have to go all the way home, like 2 or 3 hours away because I'm in West Virginia, like, like Hicktown, West Virginia. We have like a Band-Aid hospital there. I have to go to like Roanoke and then I have to go to, yeah, it's really bad. They send you far, far fucking away. Well, so they wouldn't let me see my kid. It was kidnapping. Like, there's nothing wrong with me being near or around him. It was just COVID. They were all scared. So it was fucking horrible. I'm not gonna
Ain't
Good
no
lie.
night, dude.
telling. They could have come
Tough
in
being the
there and
queen
done
bee, but
something.
somebody's got to do it. It must be done.
Yeah,
Well, I
they
went
could
on
have
the
done.
news. I went on the radio. There was a set of twins. Mama, I mean, we had a big group, as NICU moms in that specific hospital. We had a big group and we all came together, but one of the NICU moms lost one of her twins and was only able to sit with the twin for 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes before he passed away. Um, I believe last I heard, the other twin lived, at least they, go home. I don't know, but yeah, it was horrible. COVID was horrible. They kidnapped children in NICU and wouldn't let parents see them. Now, if anyone is aware of NICU and babies and everything else, like skin to skin contact, the hearing of the heartbeat of the mom, all that encourages growth, encourages, and that's scientifically proven. Lay the baby on you. That's why even daddies take their shirt off and put the baby on them. Why would they if there's no benefit to that? Like, why? So, anyways, yeah, it was a hard time. COVID was horrible. Fuck COVID, and they'll never do it again. Not to me. If
There
I
were
I will never again have another child, but I'm just saying, I would encourage others, have them at home. Have them at home.
No doubt. Man, we're 6 years
Look,
removed from that whole fiasco. It doesn't even seem like it,
get
2020,
you
No.
a baby,
2026,
get
we're
you a
already
baby
halfway
pool.
through this year almost.
Get you a
What would
baby
you
pool.
do? What would you
Stay
do
home.
differently? What would
No
you do
baby
differently?
mamas here.
What would I have
If
done
you,
differently? Everything. Like,
yeah,
I mean, well, one, if I knew there was going to be a goddamn pandemic and a ghost ward, aka maternity ward, I would never have gotten pregnant at a time. I would have never.
you're indoors, can't go outside. Shit happens.
But
Mhm.
they wouldn't even if you're that one visitor that they're allowed, that visitor is getting checked up and down, and sometimes they're like, "Well, you're just not going in." Like, "Oh, we're busy right." They just won't let people in. It was insane. So I'm telling
You
you, so
know,
I went to the news. I was on the news, the local news, and they're in the Appalachia area where I was and where my baby was. And then I wrote a whole bunch of people. I wrote the senators, I wrote congressmen, I wrote Congress. I didn't get a lot of friction until I started writing their wives. When I wrote their wives, the wives of the senators, the wives of the congressmen, the wives of other people, and I'm not going to say specific names of people that I wrote because there's a couple of them that, helped me gain traction. But once they understood what I was going through, like, man, this is kind of fucked up. My husband and I and all our kids just went out on this big fucking, party and everything with no mask, and you can't even hug your kid. You know, they did do Zoom calls, FaceTime calls. So I had to look at my child in a little itty bitty incubator on a tablet, and that was okay.
you know what the greatest resolution to the outcome of World War II was? The communist thinking on the planet developed into over 50% of the population on the planet at that time were being led
They're
down a
winning.
communist.
Seems they're
So I
winning.
mean,
Seems they're winning. But 3%, man, that's all it took. That's all it's going to take. And I honestly believe in my whole heart and, all that I feel, there's more than 3% of us in this goddamn fucking country if it really comes down
yeah,
to it.
I get it. I get it. Like in
You
my
better
own
start
way,
in the inner cities. You better start in the inner cities.
it's it's a unique feeling to stand there in snow-covered streets of Ottawa and see people helping people. It's
Look, you got to
you
learn to
know,
barter, y'all. Learn to
yeah.
trade. Like, look, your kid don't
And
need to go to college, but he needs to know how to change, like, tires. He needs to know how to, change oil. He needs to know, you know, how to fish, how to hunt, how to gut, how to butcher, how to, create a fucking fire. I'm telling you, I asked the question. I don't know how many people responded to the question earlier, but I was like, how many 16-year-old kids do you know that can start a fire in the woods? How many do you know?
You got to get that
If
out of
they
their
were out there
mind.
alone, how many can you
That,
send of your kids to go outside and start a fire?
Mine are real good at it.
you got to get that out of their mind and out of their mouth and out of their vocabulary. When they look at you and say, "But mama," but mom, but mom,
That
mom, you
I
know,
get it.
it's like you don't have a whole big population of
And
women
listen,
inside the world anymore. Like they would
but
say, okay, you got to get out there and
listen,
do what your dad asked you to do. You can't go between that. Not a
right, but
man and his son.
all y'all aren't listening, but all y'all that I asked, I'm like, how many 16-year-olds do you guys know that don't know how to start a fire in the woods? How many of y'all are going to go find that 16-year-old and say, hey, bro, I need to show you something? Hey, kid.
Yeah,
Hey, child, let me show you something. It's really cool. Here,
yeah.
let me show you a magnifying glass and a little bit of this.
They
Let's start
had
a fire.
15,
Let's
they
teach
No
had
y'all.
one's going to do
13,
that.
14,
We
they
got to
had
do our part
13.
too. We got to do our part too. Everyone's got to do their part too. You got to go and show the youngins, how to
They
survive
had
if it comes to
13.
that. You know what I mean?
They had
It's not all their
13-year
fault.
olds.
It's our fault.
There was 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old boys out there shooting at each other during the Revolutionary War. I get tired of hearing about this pussyfied fucking lifestyle that they want for a future of our men inside our country. And then they complain because we never seem to get anything done, do we? I'm going to leave it there.
Well, no, because they have us fighting against each other. That's why.
Women, it's
If
got to
we
be
ever
women. And
unite,
men, it's got
they're
to be men.
fucked. They have to
Yeah.
throw out different shit, religions, race, um, uh, 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 the rich poor scale. You're rich or poor. You're white, you're black, you're Hispanic, you're legal, you're illegal. This that they have to keep us fighting. We have to have opposite sides because heaven forbid we all fucking unite one day and just be like, you know what? We're done.
Yeah.
Let's just
I
be
hear
us.
that shit
Let's just
all the
live.
time. I hear
But
it all
people
the
don't know how to
time.
barter anymore. Who barters? Who barters? Who knows how to barter? Who goes up to their neighbor like, look,
Oh my
who?
goodness.
Okay, listen. Back in the day, I remember, a roof needed fixed. There's like 15 motherfuckers that went over there and fixed the roof. And there was like one guy or two guys that actually knew what was really going or how to do it, but they taught them all how to do it on that way. Well, then the next guy, his fucking plumbing fucked up. Well, someone knew how to do plumbing. So he brought all the people over, all of his friends and family. They all came over and helped them fix the goddamn plumbing, right? So they learned a little bit, not too much, but enough to fucking fix shit. And they fixed it real easily because there's like 10 motherfuckers there. Same thing with wells, same thing with septic tanks, same thing with everything else. So it's like, fuck. If we just did that the same and just helped each other, everyone has a trade. Everyone knows cars, everyone or someone knows cars, someone knows how to cook, someone knows how to do this, someone knows how to do that. Like that's when they're
Like
fucked,
what
when they
life?
can't tax what we're doing. It's called fucking barter, or at
Can
least
I
learn
ask you?
how.
Can I ask a question to what life real quick?
Please do. Please
Absolutely.
give me a question. Any question. What do you got? Make it a good one.
May I remind you of the previous conversation of family reunions and communities that we were having about how people go and cut firewood for family members and all that stuff. See how that kind of future kind of worked out there, especially in Red Mama's conversation.
It's
Well,
hard to
I don't
remember
remember
comments
cutting.
sometimes when you got the YouTube nuking comments, Shout out to the YouTube nukers. The real YouTube
Lurkers.
police, not our friend
Hi,
YouTube
y'all.
police. Don't get them confused. You know what I mean? If you're going to get me, make sure you got my good side, suckers.
I
So I
didn't share
yield.
Somebody's got to
nothing,
take
so it's not my
somebody.
troll. It's not my
So,
trolls. I didn't share nothing yet. I can't do that live. I'm not gonna do that live to y'all. I will not do that live to y'all ever. I'll share you, but no, not live. I'm not gonna do that to y'all.
It ain't live.
uh,
It ain't me.
I'll share.
she's
No.
she's in the room on that conversation though for
No, you have to have some type of discipline, some form of understanding, some type of unfortunately, have to bring something to the table, whether we participate in this system or, we all do a communal barter based, whatever it may be system. All those factors still
Right?
play over. The common factors transition, no matter if it's the man system or if it's the universal law of just how things seem to work out in nature. You know, at one
In
time,
the end, it's
things had a
only gonna
flow, but
matter
people
your
can live like
neighbors.
that for thousands of generations. But it only takes one generations of idiotic carpetbaggers and corrupt politicians to destroy everything that your
Yep.
family, your grandfathers, and your entire bloodline once stood for. Whatever
Yep.
that backbone was, whatever time you want to go back to when America was great, visualize it, manifest it. What's stopping you? The only person stopping you is you. Everything that you run from and run to is already inside of you. It's waiting to be fueled, ready to be fired up. Which side of you are you fueling? Are you fueling the wolf or are you fueling the sheep?
you know
Amen.
you get
I don't know if
you
that
get
even made
back
any
to it.
sense to anybody. If it made sense to one, there you go. I love you. I love you
Here's
even more.
here, here's the way you got to look at it. Society is a society to where known individuals of different personalities are going to enter a discussion or something, and there's some, not all, but they want to be the most knowledge of this and the most knowledge of that, and you say, okay, I can agree with that.
I agree.
But however, you have to say, okay, now what if I'm just an old guy? I don't have any physical capabilities anymore, but my mind is still strong. But I have three, let's just say five 20-year-old, 16-year-old people in my presence, and the car doesn't start. The car needs a mechanical repair on it. Now, do they listen to somebody that says, okay, I'm going to tell you how to get that car started up, but you got to just listen to me because I'm unable to turn those wrenches? Do I have five people that's going to go out there and argue? See, probable. See, we're back to probable again. What? That's very probable. They're not going to listen to the experience on some things. They're just going to go ramble on about things that they don't have a full understanding about, and they're probably going to do more damage than they do good. It's sort of like going in there and doing an electrical repair or something on a house when somebody goes in there and screws it completely up. You
We live
see?
in a run to time and age. It's so easy to run to this or run from that. And I
Yeah.
understand y'all probably a little bit older than me, the elders of the community and whatnot. So y'all came from a time where,
Well, I
not to
think
say
that
in a bad
everyone
way, which
has
y'all
to
didn't
join
have
up
was
or
nothing
it's
to
never
run
going to work.
run to. If something
Period.
had to be done, you had to face it. If your car had to be fixed, you probably, like nowadays, you probably didn't have the money, so you needed to know how to do it. Or,
Yeah.
things like that. Those type of things never go away, and they're more important now than ever. Every generation says, "Oh, it's more important now than ever." If we keep saying the thing, we got to do the thing. If we acknowledge it, we see the brighter side, we see the outcome. We see that our grass can be greener. We just nurture it and take care of it and appreciate it. Then do it.
I look at it like that. I look at it like I hear this shit. They say, oh, they can just zap your car and make it turn itself off. And I sit here and laugh about it because I got the experience that says, okay, you know what? I'm still going to go out there in my driveway and start my vehicle up and go for a ride in it anyways. I don't care about that. I can get it started. But a lot of people can't say that. I can build a two-way digital communications device and configure a satellite dish to make me talk to somebody 300-400 miles away if I want to, by scratch, by things out of my toolboxes and things around me. But all of that knowledge goes to waste. It goes to waste if you can't get somebody to the table and say, okay, here's my question. How do we unite America? How does that happen? You can't even unite yourselves inside of certain discussions or anything else. You're too busy about your own personal damn life experiences. You don't know the outcome. You're just riding along on somebody else's shirt tail that's gonna ride off with a bus full of fucking money. You see.
I just got to say something. Speaking of riding curtails, see, I knew some certain things I see. People think I'm
Yeah.
crazy for seeing these things, but I knew it was meant to be on the 50th episode that our friend Huge 50 would pop up. You know what I mean? This is how these type of things may or may not happen here at Watts World. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate experience, whatever this is together.
Well, I appreciate popping up myself on your anniversary day.
There you go. It's the anniversary, non-anniversary. We're celebrating life.
Absolutely.
We're celebrating
So
Celebrate.
Thanksgiving.
absolutely. And I feel like, y'all are great, man. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are my people. Y'all are my people.
We just got to radiate and resonate in our own communities and our own families, whatever it may be. You know what I mean? Be so bright that they can't put that type of light out. I mean, hey, they're trying to block out the sun. I mean, they're trying to block out the sun and change the color of the sun, whatever that may be. That should let you know something there. You know what I mean? We're getting artificial
Yeah.
suns, artificial this, whether it ever transpires or comes to be. Just the simple
Can we
words
all
of it. We
divorce
don't
Bill
realize how
Gates
powerful our
and
words are.
can we all divorce Bill Gates and his agenda? Is that
You know what I
possible?
mean? Shout out to the gatekeepers of the world. Trying to shut and keep all the gates locked.
Right? Please
They don't
do.
even throw away the key. They just lock it. Haha, have fun trying to unlock it.
I know where
Shout
to put
out.
a key.
Shout out
They
to
won't
anybody
find
having a
it.
birthday today. Shout out to you. Happy birthday.
Hey, you want to hear something interesting? What life? And
And at this point, what do we got?
you know how you post knowledge, links, and everything in your chat streams and everything else. And I'll just say this: if you figure out the patent system inside the United States, let's do the patent system, which means
Oh, I
that
wish
you
I
can
could,
look
bro.
up. You can well, you can
Do you know a
for
friend who
your
knows a friend? And the
you can
patent
for
system.
your you can for you you can for you the information to certain patents and who held the patents and when the patents were issued. Now go
The
back.
FOIAs, they
I'm just
what?
giving you this info. I'm just trying to give you this fucking information. That's all.
Right.
That's all I'm trying
You
to
get
say
Truth
to
is
you.
out
If
there.
everybody will just give me this moment, and I'll shut up.
no, I get it.
Research. Go research the patent holders on the AI software. See, it has a patent on it. When the patent was issued, you're going to find out that those patent numbers were issued years before you even figured out what the hell is AI? Is it a robot? You don't even know what it is.
Was it Apple?
Now, when people,
Who's the Apple guy that died?
no, I'm
Jobs.
talking about AI software. The AI
Was it?
software holders, the
Yeah.
ones that holds the patents on the AI software, that ain't got nothing to do with Google or anything else. That just got something to do with a program. Programs
probably
are
Shout out to
patented.
Corn Patch keeping the faith. Welcome in. Greetings.
Yeah,
Welcome to Watts World.
you can get a
It's probably
patent on anything. You can get a patent on anything, and AI software has patents on it. You can figure out how old the patents are, and you can figure out how far behind you are on technology just by looking at
Oh,
that.
we're way behind.
Yeah, I know
Way
because
the
38
microwave
years,
was like 20 years behind, 10 years behind.
38 years inside certain organizations. I'm just saying, I'm offering it.
I get it.
Gotcha.
It's an
I heard
olive.
the
It's
Duly
same.
an
noted.
olive leaf.
I have recorded it,
I
and it is in the notes. It is in my log and will not be
no,
forgotten.
but I honestly, guys, I've heard the same shit from different people of where like we're way behind. Like whatever we know now, like we'll know this current shit in like 10 years. Like, 5 years, 10 years,
I mean,
maybe
heck, 10
longer.
years, they talk about with the 10 years with whatever AI, whatever restrictions,
It depends on
litigations, or things on that. I mean, heck, they say that's 10 years off before that could even be resurfaced. So a lot can
right,
happen in a decade. You think about all
right,
we've experienced since COVID till now. Dude, we've
right. And how
experienced
much
like a
would you
whole
pay for stuff
generation's worth
now
of
or
events
later?
in just less than a decade, in my perspective, in my vision, my
And how
reality.
much would you okay, so let's say now you're gonna pay, $5 a gallon for gas. well, how much are you going to pay in 2 years for a gallon of gas
Oh,
if
no doubt.
they're holding that shit above you?
And I'm old enough
Okay,
or
now
young
I'm
enough
5
to.
foot even, and it feels like someone on the top shelf, like, grab it, just grab it. And I'm like jumping for it.
Hey, tell
I'm
the
old
truth.
enough
If
but
you,
young enough to remember when you could still go up to the gas pump and get your gas before you paid for it, before everything
Yes,
went digital.
I
I
was,
came up in the
but
90s doing that.
no,
And
but
I've seen it
we're
slowly go
from,
up
I'm
ever
from
since
West
then. And ever
Virginia.
since it went from $1 to $1.50 to $2 to $2.50, it never
No,
went down. Some
no,
states and some places are cheaper, some states is
75
more.
cents.
For the most part,
I've
overall,
seen,
here where I live on Georgia, it's always been lower than some areas, not the lowest. But I mean, even now, I mean, heck, we're pushing $4 and some change. I
Damn.
know things are happening. Wars cost money. Summertime costs money. But yeah, it's definitely up. What's your current
Okay,
gas
listen.
prices? Put your
Yeah,
current gas prices in the chat.
it's
I
too
remember
fucking
when,
much.
I
Too
remember
fucking
when I
much. I don't know the gas prices. It's too fucking much.
I remember when I could buy a gallon of gasoline for 50 cents if it was on sale at the right station.
Yeah, dude, that's
50
old,
cents.
bro. That's when you know
My
you're
folks
old.
were talking about the bond times where you could only buy so many gallons of gas. And
Yeah.
folks would hide, or not hide, but they would like lay down in the back of other trucks, like with like 4 or 5 other guys. So there's like 8 guys in one truck, like 3 or 4 in the front and like 3 or 4 in the back of the bed. And they would cover up and they would go to the mines because they could only fill up so much. That's all you were given was a certain amount of fucking gas. And that was to go to the mines back in West Virginia back in those times. No bullshit, no
Yeah.
bullshit.
I sold
Mm.
my soul to the company store.
Right? Right? And they did. And they didn't. And now listen, the worst part is now you guys don't know the grand finale, some of y'all. Now the end of that story is so all that coal that these folks went and pulled out, carts and carts full. Well, if they would find like even just a little bit of riffraff in it, they would like throw it over the side of the mountain and say, no, you're not getting paid for that cart. So they'd have to go back and buy another cart. Well, later,
Yeah.
years later, and I'm talking recently, like within the past 10 years, they went and dug up those fucking ditches where they filled up with the quote unquote unacceptable coal amount. And it was like 98% coal. It was only 2% of trash that they threw over the mountain just to fuck with the people and not pay them for what they fucking did.
Yeah.
And guess what? The families are not getting paid or any back pay from any of that.
How long ago you think that was?
The 50s.
So imagine 70 years later, you think it gets any better for the people?
Nah, no, it's getting worse. We just don't see it because guess what? We're being distracted right here on YouTube and on different things and the internet. And
Well, I
there's so much
appreciate
shit
y'all
going on.
letting me be your distraction of choice for this evening. I do want to appreciate that.
Absolutely.
As much of a
I
distraction as
appreciate
this
you
may
being
be,
my
I appreciate you
distraction.
being the distraction you chose.
I
Easy.
appreciate you being my
This
distraction.
50th anniversary show you got going on here at
Yeah,
Water Life's gonna go
it's
down in
50
history.
Right?
years. It's 50 years of time traveling and YouTubing. We got all
Right.
the legends here. I
50
appreciate all of
episodes. We
y'all.
have a 250th anniversary of this greatest fucking country on the face of the
Yeah, I got to
planet.
catch up. I got to catch up to the age of America as we know it. I'm 50 in,
Ketchup,
here's
mustard.
to another 200.
Here we go to
Yeah.
another 550 more.
Oh man, do you imagine where we'll be at in the timelines? 550, however the length of these episodes add up. Oh man.
We'll have holograms. Like we could just like show
Oh
our
yeah.
entire selves later. Like
Yeah,
it
you just
just
watch
pops
me on
up.
your
Your whole
wearable.
body's there, like coming out of a phone. I'm
You'll just see
calling
me
it
walking
now. I'm
around
calling
like
it now.
a professor. I have on like a little suit, a little Go Dogs hat. Just walking
Hold
around
on.
telling you all this stuff like I'm doing now.
Hold
Be
on. Let me
beautiful.
hit this
Man,
bowl again. I definitely need it.
Cheryl will be there giving everybody hologram hugs. It'll be a
you
beautiful
know the
thing.
thing. Here's what happens to you, what life, since you're gonna get older. I imagine you need to know these things.
I hope I get older, Betty.
It doesn't make a fuck if I have to go out my door in the mornings and do any damn thing at all or not. I have a choice in that.
Right?
Everybody does. I just can't. It wouldn't matter if I had. You never know. I might have millions of dollars. Who knows about zoning? But I cannot go out that door without my work boots on.
Right.
I wear work boots. I don't work with gloves, and I do rough jobs. I do demolition and stuff too.
Zombie,
Only
make sure
because
you got insoles. You got
I
insoles
love
too, double insoles for the
I
padding, man,
love doing
on your
it. I
joints.
don't die. Shit, I got an excavator. I sat on that big bad boy and
Strong
just
coffee
put it in
and biscuits and
in the truck.
gravy.
You know, work smarter, not harder.
Right.
Well, I'm talking about in your shoes. Put some double insoles, man, for padding on your feet and your knees.
Yeah,
It saves your knees and your feet, man. The double insoles or the triple insoles, the foam in your shoes, that makes a difference, man.
I see people. Listen, I see people half of my age and 1/4 of my age just fall out right out there in the sunlight, and I just look at them and say, "Boy, what the hell is wrong with you?"
Right.
You know.
One flight of stairs. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, don't you have gym? Don't you do
Yeah.
gym?
Gym my ass. Try that show, rake, cut the grass, go cut a fucking tree down, go do something. Get out that goddamn room and get out from under your mama's fucking titty. That's what you need to do, you
Right.
know?
You gotta pop it out eventually. It's
Yeah,
time. It's
goddamn.
time.
Donnie R, good to see you. Welcome in. Donnie R is, I think, is our current Ukrainian correspondent, I believe. I could be wrong. Maybe
Oh.
the other Donnie.
Oh.
Got several Donnies. He may or may not
Hold
be our
on.
Ukrainian correspondent. It's a beautiful thing.
Welcome,
We're going
welcome.
intergalactic and intercontinental. You know, we're like Ric Flair, just with less limousines and less Rolexes. You know, we're still stealing
Yeah.
kisses though, everyone we can get. But yeah.
Oh my God. My dad got into a fight with Ric Flair at a Ramada Inn hotel
Oh, we
whenever
gotta
I
hear
was
about
like
this
2
one.
months
Hell
old.
yeah. Let it
Yes,
rip.
he
Be
did.
interesting.
So my mom was, he was on a business trip. And look, I was like a couple months old. It was like maybe April, May of 82, 83, somewhere in there. And my dad went to the hotel bar and all the WWE people were there, or whatever, WWF, I don't know what it was back then. But all of his business friends were there and they were all drinking. And then all the WWE people came there. So all the girls left all the businessmen and went to the wrestlers. So my dad walked up to Ric Flair, and my dad's only okay. Look, I'm 5 foot even. My dad was like 5'2", so he's not a big guy. Or he wasn't a big guy. So, anyways, he goes and he's like, "Woo!" And he's like, "You're nothing. You're nothing. You're nothing." And he was like, it was fighting, or they started a fight, and they went and took my dad up and back to the room with my mom. But yeah, my dad was like totally trying to fight with Ric Flair back in the
Oh, heck
early
yeah.
80s. Yes.
Man, you know, that's definitely the story you want to tell. Before you get ready to whoop somebody's ass, you be like, look here, buddy. I'm just going to tell you right now. Me and Ric Flair once went toe to toe. You know what I mean?
Woo!
I was once the
For
fifth
real?
member of the Horsemen, but I got to him and he couldn't take it. That's why there are only 4 Horsemen. Now, I'm just going to let you know, if you want to continue this fisticuffs, this is what you're getting ready to go into, brother.
Hey
You
man,
know?
No
this
bullshit.
is where you're going to hear them stories right here. Nowhere else. Yeah.
Nowhere else in America can you find this title. You can't even find this stuff on White Underbelly. You know what I mean? He found the
Right? No,
Whitakers,
this
but
is
you
for
know, you
real.
can't even
My
find this
dad,
on there, bro.
it was in either Tennessee or West Virginia. I'll
Shout
have
out
to.
Soft White Underbelly. If you know, you know.
No, I have my trolls on the internet that says that I'm a Whitaker.
See? Can't make this type of stuff up.
No
I don't
bullshit,
believe
no
it, you know.
bullshit.
I've seen
Shout
the
out
Whitakers.
to
No, you're much more
Soft White
communable than the
Underbelly.
Whitakers that I've seen.
Now listen, okay, if you want the truth, I was born in Raleigh County, which is Beckley, which is where the Whitakers are from, but no, that's not my kinfolk.
Shout out to the Whitakers. Whitakers probably could be
Right?
watching this broadcast, you know. I think they
Look,
did say in my current algorithms I was trending like 17% in West Virginia, whatever that meant. I don't know. 17% in
they're
West
good
Virginia, I'll
people.
take it.
I used to
It's a
know
good
some
family,
fucking
man. They got a good holler going down there now.
You got to say 17%. You can't even say 33 no more. It just don't have the same ring to it. Yeah,
Isn't
gotta
there a
double
Forrest
up.
Whitaker?
Hatfield.
I think he's
No,
from
no,
that
no.
same
That's
clan.
totally
Yeah, he's from the
different.
same. No,
He's
he
totally
is.
different.
No, it's not this same. It's the same. It's the same eye, same jawline.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
well.
I don't know where Forrest is from. I don't want to put that on Forrest. That ain't Forrest Gump. That's Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Gump is from Georgia. They made that movie in Georgia.
Come on, man. Don't you even put that on Georgia, bro. Why would you put that on Georgia, bro? Why would you put that on this?
I'm saying Forrest Gump. Yeah,
All right,
the
I'll
movie
take
was
it. I'll take
made in
Forrest Gump.
Georgia,
You
man.
know what I
Really
mean?
was.
People have said my broadcast is like a box of chocolates. Even if it is like that half-eaten box of chocolates, you discover like you don't know if it's from the last you don't know what holiday it is. You just take a risk. You dabble in it. You might not like it. You might like it. You might order another one. Who
It's
knows how these
Groundhog
things
Day.
work?
It's Groundhog Day.
It is. Welcome to Shout Out to Groundhog Day. Shout out to those that never get out of it on 12/12.
Right.
No, never consumed a groundhog. Never thought about it. I don't even think we have
Oh.
groundhogs around here.
Yeah. You could eat a groundhog and you can make homemade biscuits and you can make groundhog gravy.
Yeah, I don't even think we have them. I think they all migrated north. I think all we're left with
Really?
is like moles. We got
You should
moles.
check 'em.
That's about it.
I don't know if I'd eat a mole.
No,
I
I don't
mean,
think nobody wants to do. You don't want to consume
Well,
something that doesn't
I
have
don't put it
eyes.
past
I don't think you know what I mean?
I don't put it past folks back home though. It had me at eating some shit I don't know what it was
I've probably
back
eaten
in
some
the
meat
day.
that I shouldn't have eaten, but I'm not going to eat a meat that doesn't have eyeballs. That's just me. You know what I mean?
Chicken and
I got to
biscuits
pay it
and
at least
gravy,
that much
bitch.
respect.
Eat
I'm
it.
not going to judo chop it and it can't see it coming.
Just eat it. It's food. Aren't you hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah, catfish just suddenly stop, and devolve and don't have eyes no more. I don't know if I can look at them the same. It's just too much. It's too much and not enough.
You ain't getting up from the table until you've eat every bite on that plate.
Right? Right? You start throwing shit on the floor when they're not looking, shoveling it with your elbow, just sliding like a couple green beans onto the floor at a time, squished it under your
Torture, ain't
shoe
it?
and moving it like
See? See?
I don't
She
want
speaks our language. Like I said, it's torture. They don't know. My parents could have been arrested at least once a week back then. Once a week. Handcuffed,
I learned the
everything.
first time they should have been arrested not to act up. So nope, they should have been arrested one time. The other times there was no other times because I fucking learned.
My
Okay.
grandfather.
Maybe it was
My
like 3 or 4
grandfather.
times, but I did learn eventually.
My
I'm free today.
grandfather pulled his belt off in the damn
Right.
school, in the principal's office in the school. He pulled his belt off and put me across the bench and put that belt across my ass in front of the principal. And the principal, nobody had anything to say. They said, "Well, go in there and see them and tell them that you need a pass
Right.
to get to class." You know what I mean?
Well,
it was
listen.
over with.
I get it. So my daddy told me the best and the only reverse Uno card he ever wanted to play was a time that he came home and his mama got mad because he didn't, do this or that or the other. And he was like, "Oh yeah, so what are you going to do? Spank me?" So she goes and she starts spanking him with a fly swatter. And then he said, "Oh, so that's all you got?" Well, then he looked back behind him and he saw his daddy. And, and his daddy said, "That's all she's got, but I got some
I'm just
left."
saying.
And then he, and slapped off the fucking belt and started wailing. He said, "I've never wanted to eat my words more than I ever did that day."
You know, my
He didn't know
mother,
his daddy was behind him.
my mother has caused me to bleed from my body with a switch. Yeah.
Right. Oh, my auntie pulled over on 81, I-81. My auntie pulled over and beat the shit out of my fucking cousin. And she's like, "I dare you to say something else." And he didn't say a motherfucking word for the rest of the 8-hour road trip.
My daddy would whoop your ass, and then he would say, "If you don't shut up that damn crying," he says, "I'm gonna whoop your ass for crying." You know? Hell yeah.
You want another ass whooping? If you don't, then
Fuck
I
yeah.
shut up. Yeah. And look, we're still here. We're okay. We're not eating Tide Pods.
Oh yeah. I
We're
get
not
pissed
doing
at that
stupid
asshole.
shit.
I get a call to asshole zombie frequently. Believe me.
We're not
And I'm really not.
videotaping our crimes. I mean, I tore up a whole bunch of pastures and cornfields and did some fucked up shit, cow tipping and everything else, but I never live streamed that shit. There's no video evidence that ever fucking happened.
It's not too late, Red Mama. That'd be cool to do though.
I ain't turning myself in for shit. Look, I had a DUI like 20 something years ago, back in my early 20s, and just now my trolls found it like maybe a month ago, and they're like throwing it up. Oh, she's a drunk. Look at her. I'm like, dude, like I was in fucking college, and I'm like early 20s then. I'm like in my mid 40s now.
Yeah. That's some snivelly
But
little
yes,
whiny little
I am
trolls.
an advocate. Do not drink and drive. If you want to drink, that's amazing. I love to drink. You know, have a good time, but don't drive.
As long as it's on a road with
We
no
didn't have
traffic.
Uber back then. We didn't have Uber or Lyft. Okay, motherfuckers? We didn't have Uber or Lyft, so cut me a goddamn fucking break.
Yeah, back in the day when strange cars pulling up on you was a no-no. You know what I mean? You're getting
The
the heck out of there
goddamn
now. We
lawnmowers
time
took
shifting now. We're just
forever.
getting in random cars with random people. You know, who's Todd with the red sedan? You know, who is this guy? What
No,
is he doing here?
you're jumping on the back of goddamn John Deere lawnmowers to take you, you know, quarter mile down the street so you don't have to walk
Yeah,
to the convenience store. No.
yeah.
Hey,
Now
I
you're
got a
bump
John
pulling up
Deere
to an
riding
indie guy
lawnmower.
playing "My Tractor's Sexy" in his Prius. You know what I mean? He's taking you
Right?
to the Olive Garden. You know what's going on here? How did we get here?
My cousin got a Prius and jumped on 77, and she's like, "Oh my god, they're gonna ram me!" She swore to God, like the truck behind her was like gonna ram her ass because she could not pick up enough power. She had to go in the shoulder because the truck was gonna ram her ass because he couldn't stop and she couldn't go any faster. It was
Yeah, that little
a
mouse couldn't
deadly
run no
situation.
faster on that wheel.
Yeah, don't fuck a Prius. Yeah, yeah. I don't,
I
gas,
have my
gas
my
matters.
my
Yeah,
mother.
hybrids batteries cost too much. For a Prius, that battery costs
Right,
$9,000.
right.
$9,000 for
My
that Prius
mother
battery.
just gave me. My mother gave me a
Give me a
Prius, a
square
really
body,
nice one,
anything.
but the battery cost. The rebuilt battery does cost $1,500, so it just
Right?
sits there.
It's a whole fucking transmission cost. Like, give me a goddamn square body Chevy. I'm good.
I don't know, for Toyota, it's 9,000. Man, for a Prius, it's 9,000. For like a Ford Escape, it's like 6,000 for a
9,000
lithium
for a
battery.
battery?
Oh yeah, for a
I'm
lithium
talking
Man,
battery.
about like a
what are you powering up? Elon
2009
Musk's Space Force?
Silverado.
What are we doing here? We got rocket ships in our garage?
And
Man.
see the problem with hybrids though, I mean when they blow up the battery and the
Yeah,
gasoline,
we
it
ain't
blows
even
up
got
like a
hyper
bomb,
mode
man.
yet. We're still in warp speed. Wait till
You
we
can
get to
put
hyper mode.
together. You could put together like 15 F-150s in one fucking junkyard at any given time for like $300
Yeah.
Hey,
for real.
don't
Yeah.
be fucking with the Ford now. I've been driving the
Yeah, I don't
same
fuck with
Ford
Fords. I'm a
FP.
Chevy girl. I'm a Chevy girl,
I've been
honestly.
driving the same old Ford for 20 years.
No, if I don't, I
F-250.
don't like Chevys. I will take a Cummins engine though. Those Cummins engines whistle.
So you
That's
take
what she
Dodge
said.
over Ford, Red Mama?
I'm sorry.
You take Dodge over Ford?
Oh fuck yeah, any day.
Wow. Dodge diesel
Yeah.
yes,
Really?
but Dodge
You heard
gas.
that
Now,
here.
Wow.
You heard that here first,
wait,
ladies and gentlemen.
wait. The old Fords, no. The new Fords, anything over like 2002, yes. The old Fords, no. I'll take the old Fords. I'll take an old square body.
Shoot.
Yeah, up until about 06. I think 07 is when Ford got shitty. After
No,
07.
I'll take those. Those are all right. I'll take those definitely. Maybe with an extended cab or a full cab. Yep.
Has to be
Not a
3/4
single
ton 8
cab.
lug. 3/4
I'm
ton 8
sorry.
lug, or has to be a 3/4 ton 8 lug, or a 1 ton 8 lug. Can't be a 6 lug half ton.
Well, I don't know about all that. I'm not that intricate on
To be able to tow stuff,
cars.
you gotta have an 8 lug. 6
You'll have
lugs
to
not
show
enough.
me a picture.
Yeah.
Or you have to rev it up. One of the two. Show me a picture of rev it up. I can give you.
Yeah, there you go.
All right,
Jeez.
everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, Mazda actually split from Ford. The Ford Ranger used to be made with Mazda from 94 to
Ford
2006.
Ranger.
Yeah, they split. Mazda, they split like they divorced after 07.
Wait,
the Ford
so
Escape was-
Mazda and Ford were together?
Oh yeah, just like Isuzu, Ombre was a Chevy S10 back in the day.
Really?
They were. Oh yeah, they were made
Yeah,
in
one of
Brazil.
those parts and stuff, yeah, matched up.
Interchangeable.
Now,
Like,
back in,
okay, so the second time I got high, it was in college, and we were going down the road in Columbus, and we passed an Isuzu rodeo, and I was like, Isuzu. I'm like, that's a fun word to say, Isuzu. And I said like Isuzu like a million times before we got to the concert to where we were going.
You know those box trucks, the NPRs, like the Alpha looking trucks? Those were Chevy and Isuzu together. In '89, I think they merged, or '86, all the way to 2007. Then they divorced. Yeah, the diesels, those little Elf trucks. There was the W
I was like
series.
7 and 89 or
hey, I'll tell you
Yeah,
something right now.
we're probably the same age.
Back
I'm
in,
43.
6'5" or 5.
back in the early '70s, in my town, we had a few dealerships around, and I'm gonna guarantee you this, without a doubt. You would go to a Chevrolet dealership and you would buy what they called a Chevy Love truck. Okay, now don't. So when you would buy the Chevy Love truck, you could go over to the Ford dealership and you could go in there and you could buy what they call a Ford Courier. And then you could go to the Mazda section and you could say, okay, I'm gonna buy me a Mazda, and then I'm gonna buy me a Datsun. And you know what? They were all the same fucking truck. All of them. They were the same body, same
One piece
beds.
at a time.
They were all the same truck. They just had different makes on them. Who was selling them?
Yeah, Datsun
know.
was Nissan. Datsun was Nissan.
Who knows that song?
Nissan.
One piece at a time.
Datsun and
One piece of
Nissan.
dealer at a time.
They built artillery war. They built war shit. They built cannons and tanks and stuff. Datsun and Nissan did and still does.
Make a forklift.
You know?
Nissan makes a forklift still, kind of like Toyota.
There you go.
Heidster, Yale, all that shit. Yeah. Chrysler used a Chrysler Slant 6 motor in a forklift all the way from back in whenever they came out with a Slant 6 Chrysler, but they ran Continentals, which were Jeep engines, and forklifts, and then they changed over. Heidster changed over to the Chrysler, manufactured that Slant 6, and it stayed in action for about up until the 80s.
Zombie, you do know that. You do know that Toyota
Huh?
even used a Chevy 4.3 or the GM 4.3 liter V6 Vortex
Yeah,
from 1987 to 2003. So even Toyota used
Yeah.
Chevy 4.3 V6 in the forklift, the 4 tons and the
Yeah.
5 ton forklifts.
yeah. They used all kinds of different crazy motors in them forklifts because them forklifts, man, it's just a damn hydraulic cylinder lift system rolling around with a hydraulically driven pump. Everything runs on hydraulics, you know.
And
So it
propane.
don't
It was a
matter.
propane engine, not diesel, for that Chevy
Oh,
4.3 liter.
You could tear them propane engines down. They had them in dump trucks and stuff too. You could take them apart and they had no wear inside the engine just from running on propane. They had torque, but they didn't have horsepower and they wasn't as powerful. So they phased them out. I had a Ford F-100 van that run on propane back in the day in like 1974.
Highly
Run
explosive.
Huh?
If you get into an accident, it's highly explosive.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of vehicles on the road back in my day, and that van wasn't really that old. It was an F100 Ford van back in, it was like a 1972, 73 model, and it got drove from the manufacturer with propane. It run on propane. So it ain't no new thing. I know that it's like we were talking about, a lot of people in the way they think and the way, it's not like you think or anybody. It's just on a whole in society, they don't know how far behind they really are on things. There's been things around that they had electric cars back in 1900 that run on batteries. Jay Leno's got one. You
They had
know, they've had
electric
electric,
scooters in the late
yeah,
1800s. You know,
yeah.
yeah.
So they didn't want that. You know what they want? They want $4 a gallon. And when they think they want a new toy and some more investors to make some more money, then they're going to say, now you're going to pay $5 a gallon. So shut the hell up. Shut up. Or you won't have none at all.
I'd like to say
Welcome up,
hello.
Michael.
Yeah, I'd like to say
Welcome, Michael,
hello.
to the broadcast, everybody.
What's up, Michael?
What's up? How's everybody doing?
Doing well, doing
How
well. How about
you
yourself?
doing?
I'm doing fine. I can't complain. But yes, you are correct. But there's another factor because really it's about control. Because if the technology that was actually out there was let out to the general public, then all of a sudden the general public could build their own things and they wouldn't be dependent on companies because they would know how to do it.
I seen steam locomotives in my day that run on propane. Not coal, not wood, propane.
There's been
You see.
people that's made cars that run off of water, but nobody hears about that because they disappear.
Yeah, they did. Or they pay them off with so much money and they just simply go buy their islands and live on them in secret. You know, who knows? You know, whenever the federal government moved in and seized all of that one whole floor of that building that belonged to Nikola Tesla. He was renting it from the building. And the government came in first before anybody and took one whole floor. He occupied the whole fucking floor in that building. Files, drawings, schematics of things that we're not even going to know about for another 25 years because they've already developed it. That's what I tried to say earlier. The government's already developed it 30, 40 years before you even decide you've even seen one. So that's the kind of government we got. The same kind of
Maybe
government
even more.
that they took bacteria and sprayed it in the air off the coast of California as a test on civilians. And some civilians actually died from bacterial infections and stuff. Your government did that to you in our history, this American government. If that's not tyranny, I don't know what is. It was tyranny. Now it's just getting worse because people just turn into sheep. They're sheep.
Yeah, there's a guy. I can't remember his channel right off. I'll reshare his channel in the community tab or whatever they call the place where you post a thing on YouTube now, whatever they call it this weekend. But there's a guy allegedly here on Georgia, up outside of Atlanta, and that's his. He's got a lot of things going, but his main thing that he puts out there is his. He calls it plastiline. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, I'm not telling most people here. Most people have seen the videos. They've seen him do it. You know, there may be some people that haven't. You know, I'm not. This isn't no breaking news, groundbreaking thing, but he's been working on techniques of turning like plastics and things like that would have just otherwise got discarded single-use plastics that just never nothing gets done with again, converting them into a plastiline substance, kind of deconstructing it, decomposing it back to its natural what do you call it? Oil, petroleum, whatever base, and kind of converting it over that way. And he's did several different versions, like I want to say a dieseline version, a plastiline version. He's got content videos, putting them in different things. He's out there. Definitely something interesting and something to watch. You think about how many just riding down your road wherever you are, as beautiful as it is, it's almost impossible to ride down the road and not see some plastic or a bottle or something somewhere. Regardless, and you just think of all that stuff that just mounts up. To now, you hear about you used to hear about like Great Barrier Reefs and all this life and stuff. Now you see these news articles about these great floating reefs of trash and plastic that's just floating through the ocean. Looks like you're coming up on this big old island, but no, it's just a trash pile of just nothingness. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All those little single-use plastics, and I think Coca-Cola, lo and behold, Coca-Cola, I think they still hold the crown. Another accomplishment that you don't really want on your resume of producing the most single-use plastics in a year.
I
Right,
got
you.
a schematic. I got a schematic that Maccabeus took a screenshot of. I don't know where it's at right now, but it's a gasifier that's capable of reducing rubber tires to fuel with no waste except for the wire materials that might have been inside the housing of the tire, the carcass. But how to do the water filter, backflow and everything on it, all the cooling, everything about it, to where you can essentially take car tires and turn them into fuel.
They
Put it
also
in your
make
car and go down the road.
they also make ocean algae into biodiesel. The algae,
Yeah.
the green algae,
Yeah.
it's biofuel.
Imagine so. All the stuff they're soaking up and absorbing, shoot, yeah, that's just nothing but fuel. Shoot. They're taking it in good and the bad. Yeah, everything serves its purpose. Everything needs a certain balance. I don't know at what point as humanity or civilization we may see something, I don't want to see nothing catastrophic or dramatic. I don't want to see nothing like that, any type of scale from civil war to ecosystems collapsing. No matter how much we see it happening now in real time, whatever may be our reality or perspective, chemtrails, dirty soil, stuff happening, trains getting derailed with God knows what was in it. You know what I mean? You've seen the movie Toxic Avenger, man. They just got train loads of this stuff just going around, but yeah, I don't know. I think at some point nature kind of finds a way of balancing out certain things or whatever it may be. Hopefully we don't get to the point where it's like Dr. Seuss and the story of the Lorax. I mean, heck, some points I feel like just going through normal news flashes feels like a Dr. Seuss. A cat in a hat, a man in a rat, will he eat the green eggs and ham? Oh no, he is Sam I Am. Some days it feels like the one fish, two fish. Heck, you can't even teach a man to fish. Heck, with the red fish or the blue fish, they don't even know which side of the fish is on. They can't even catch the fish regardless to appreciate it. So who knows if we ever get to the world, if we're in the Lorax, no more trees. We got to have the seed indeed. If you don't know, just Google it. You Google everything else. Google the things that you don't know what I'm saying. I say things, I just say it. If any of that even made sense. You gotta, it's a penny for your thoughts, but 2 cents to even talk about it. So, somewhere we're getting doubled down, dumbed down. Heck, they don't even make the pennies no more. Can you even say that? Can you even still say a penny for your thoughts?
Yeah. I don't want to try to dig a rabbit hole or go off in a rabbit hole, but I've had a personal
we're in the rabbit hole, bro.
I've had the personal experience of being inside an urban environment where most of the buildings have smoke and rolling out of them. They've been blown up, different things. But inside that rubble where there's no electricity, no running water, no anything, people were capable of making improvised weapons like rockets and grenade launchers and all kinds of shit in that environment. So, but to go back what we were talking about on fuel, you know, fuel oil, the ground is not the only place fuel oil comes from. Plants excrete oil like olive oil and vegetable oil and corn oil and all this other stuff. So
Carrot oil.
biodiesel technology, you know, that's something to be familiar with if you find it could be handy in your future, you know. I just I know a lot about that kind of stuff and I'm sure some of the people do, but it could come to that. Why? Because this whole country could be crippled if something goes up and they say, okay, we're shutting down the gas flow to all the gas stations. Why? Because that's a protocol inside the government defense, which means that fuel will be one of the first things that not to be unavailable at the fueling stations. The second control stage is food. The worst control phase is water. When the water and the food and the fuel goes away, you will either submit or, you know, concede, like they say, or you're going to stand your ground. That day's coming. I think that people should be ready for that moment. You know, it's like me and Mad Shad was talking about it. People have got to understand how to train their minds to be able to keep their head in it. It's not what you know. It's the people around you will help save you and you will help save them. Instead of saying, okay, we got to get our pews and we got to have violence. And I'm fixing to leave it alone and go quiet for a little while. But the fact is, one of the things about it is whenever you start talking about certain events and stuff happening inside the country, the first thing you start hearing spilled out of certain individuals' mouths is, well, I got to have this caliber, I got to have this much of these, and I got to have this much of these. And I'm saying, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to go out here in the public and you're going to confide your beliefs and everything in your public and your neighbors and everything else, what are you going to? You think your neighbor in your town, people's going to come out there and hang with you if you're waving around Roscoe all the time, bragging about how you will or you won't, if you have to, any of that bullshit? Are you out there for your belief? Are you out there for your financial gains? Or, you know, even in those organizations of these truckers' protests, certain elements of that became violent. And don't try to underestimate what I know. I was there inside that cafe. I was there inside where they had their meetings where they didn't want anybody to hear what they were talking about. The secrecy, that element. And eventually it fell apart. Only because of that reason. There's there's so many chiefs. Everybody wants to be the chief. Everybody wants to be the superstar, but nobody wants to participate in that movement. It's like me and Bonnie was saying. We talked about it. If you bring yourself to believe that you can say, okay, I'm capable of doing nothing for 14 days inside this country, nothing. My car don't leave the driveway. I got food in my cabinet. I can take care of my neighbors. We can pull this off in 14 days without a bullet being fired. Right? See, the chaotic side of it, yeah, they're going to go down and tear the hell out of the grocery store. You know, they're going to knock the windows out of the front of the gas station. They're going to do whatever they do before the people, you see, like they say. In the LA riots, that's one of the things people should observe. Inside the LA riots, well, guess what? I was there. I was assigned there. I worked for the Custom and Borders Patrol agencies for 11 years. I was there. The Chinese part of that town You know what they did? They went up on their roofs with their SKSs and their whatever in front of their door fronts, in front of their stores and stuff. You know what happened? Nothing happened to their stores because they were there to defend them. You see, the fact of the matter is that's just simply the way it is. It means that whatever comes to be is just going to come to be, but people's got to be able to bear the brunt of
Rooftop
that storm.
Koreans. Shout out to the
Yeah,
rooftop Koreans. I think that was the
they,
reference.
you got to bear that brunt of that storm. You got to say, okay, we got to sit tight for 14 days. You, I, me, my neighbors, the neighborhood. This is what's going down. This is what's going to happen. And don't say, oh, we're going to shoot this guy's tires out if he comes down through here to go to the store.
No,
You
you want
know,
to stay
it can't be
nonviolent.
like that. Can't be violent. There can't be no guns involved at all. And see, that's where people go wrong. And that's J6 discussion. I've heard that till I'm blue in the face. Who and when and how and whatever happened there happened. It happened because it was already known that it was going to happen. It was already pre-planned. Oh, guess what? There was some bombs and stuff that was located. Some pipe bombs were located after the fact. There was people in the trees that were armed. Blah 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, because that's what you get for believing in that.
I didn't know
You do
nothing
not
about
have.
it till after it happened. I didn't even know anything had happened till
Yeah,
after the fact.
you don't have to. And that's the stupidest thing about it. Oh, I'm going to take all my buddies and we're going to go to Washington D.C. and we're going to protest. No, I'm going to take all my buddies right here in my neighborhood and we're going to sit down here at the end of our streets and we're going to say, no, we're not doing a goddamn thing for 14 fucking days. You
Yeah,
see, they don't,
there you
they
go.
don't understand that. They don't. And I had that discussion with some people in North Carolina with some trucker unions and stuff oriented around it. A very important conversation online. The fact of the matter is they said, Zombie, that would be the greatest thing in the world to say, okay, every city and every little township inside this country, once that fire gets ignited, people catch on. Just like people knew those trucks was coming to Washington, D.C. days ahead before they was be able to get there, right? Oh, yeah, they're on the overpasses. They got their flags ready. What about outside of that? Did they take their flags to their town squares? Did they take their flags to their neighborhoods and say, okay, we're going to not do anything. We're going to join the truckers in our own town and we're not doing shit in these towns? No, that didn't happen. They got through waving their flags. They went and got in their car. They went and took their kids to McDonald's. They went home and watched cable television. Sorry. And in the end, it failed. And that's one of the reasons why it failed. This has to be a community organized event without violence. And the same thing happened up there at the crossing in Canada when guess what? Oh, the Canadian Royal Police, what did they do? They pulled back the covers on the beds of a couple of pickup trucks, and what did they find? Lots of guns, you see. That's the whole fucking problem. This is something that can be won without weapons. You don't need no weapons. You say, I ain't taking my kids nowhere. We're going to hang around the house for a couple of weeks. Sorry. Get over it. We're going to do it. You can't punish the ones that say, okay, I have got to go to the store because I'm out of this. Don't punish that person. Maybe you have something available that you can help them out with. Because I know as soon as inside Ottawa, when I'm over there in that parking lot and I see all those fucking trucks rolling in there with food, provisions, fuel jugs, all of this shit going on. So you remember the fuel jugs? I packed some of those fucking fuel jugs, believe it or not, to those truckers, to those people that needed fuel to be able to maintain their ground. So don't underestimate who you're ever thinking you might be talking to, but I'm just saying. Everybody is so fucking greedy in their everyday fucking comfy spot. They can't miss 2 weeks of work because why? They're living week to week. They're living inside this fucking financial fucking slavery.
Viewer discretion
And then
is advised.
they can't, I'm sorry, F-bomb, but they can't just, you know what I mean? They can't do it without, they have to fight. They believe they have to fight when there ain't no fight. It's our country. It belongs to us, we the people. We're the most powerful force inside this country, not the government, not the military, us, the people. And I see these protesters out here on these streets to this day, tonight. Just today I watched some of them. You may not, you say, oh, look at those pink-haired, purple head, whatever you're going to call them out there protesting against ICE. Okay, great. Then I say, oh, I got somebody over here in public media. They got big raves and reviews. They got 1 million followers, blah, 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 blah. Oh, look at, yeah, they brought the horses in. Get them. Look, there's another one getting arrested right there. Hold on a second. Does the streets belong to the government and the enforcers, or does it belong to the people? If you had to have the opportunity to go out there, and I know you have, to attend one of the protests that you stand behind, and you didn't have to face the consequences of threats, see? Who's threatening you? Who's saying you need to get your ass on up the road? This ain't going to work. You're a bunch of traitors. You're a bunch of whatever. It happens in every way, in every shape, form, and fashion. But it
Yeah,
belongs to all of us. It belongs to all of us. All of
no
us have a
doubt.
right to be out there. We have a right to be out there. It doesn't matter if we impede traffic. It doesn't matter what we're protesting. But it is our First Amendment right, you see. You cannot
Then
strip
why are
another
you
citizen. You can't do it.
What's that, Bunny?
then why are you dogging protests?
I'm
Whatever a
not.
person has the reason to protest, I'm all for it. I mean, you're saying that
I'm saying that people
we should
should get that intention out of their mind that they're just wishing, and you know it, and everybody else knows it. They're just wishing, oh, I guess those police are going to start shooting those tear gas canisters in there. Watch them run. Oh, look at them. They're getting arrested. What? For engaging
they're,
in their constitutional right?
they're
You don't
coming with
have a
gas.
right. You see
All
what I
right, let's
mean?
get
So,
yeah, we understand at this point, we understand the thing. If you don't understand the thing, unfortunately, you might not understand the thing, but let's get to some
yeah,
kind of grounding or
yeah,
understanding, because here at Watts Life, we do have other people that would like to speak. I appreciate every
yeah,
voice. I continue to say certain things. Some people hear the things, some people don't hear the things, but I appreciate everybody being here, but get to some kind of grounding or checkpoint. We play these video games with checkpoints. We allow the police to stop us through
yeah.
checkpoints. So when you're here at Watts
I
World, please have
yield.
some type of checkpoint. Let someone else get a voice or an opinion.
Yeah, I
Generally
yield.
speaking.
I think I told you talk too much. Just
I
saying.
know.
No, it's good to have
I'm
things. We're all
passionate.
passionate. We just have to, just be
Yeah,
understanding of where we are, the basic understandings of the hell with man's law, just the basic universal laws of just, understanding, communication, being honor able, trust able, commune able, all the ables, just gotta, understand that. I look at it sometimes, heck, if we can't get it together here on the metaverse, what are we gonna do in the real world? We talk about the real world, we talk about the thing, we talk about all this, but gotta be commune able.
Got
yes.
to rebuild it. Got to rebuild that trust nation. That's what we were, and that's what we have not. We've descended from that.
That's because every person of authority has ruined that trust. The medical system, everything. Everything has been destroyed as we knew it and turned around to be against us in every way. You can go into the emergency room. Are they going to listen to you? You know your body better than anybody else. But are they going to listen to you? No, because they have a protocol and they're going to follow it, no matter what it is.
That's
And
why. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so that's where we're at. So there is no trust. You can't build trust off of nothing. There has to be something that we can trust in. And right now, a lot of people, it's God, because that's the only thing we know for sure that is right and pure. Everything else is upside down. And no, this community cannot come together. There's people who are saying, pick a side. Pick a side? What the heck does that mean? I thought we were all Americans, all on the same side.
About the medical thing, first, before I go into speaking about the other stuff, because there's a lot of points that you made that's good, and zombie. But yes, they will not listen to you at the emergency room. And I know this firsthand because, as I've told y'all before, I was beat up pretty severely with a baseball bat some years ago. And granted, it was late at night, and I told them that I really didn't see the guy that did it. And I have some sketchy looking tattoos, and I'm a sketchy looking white dude. You know, granted, all that being aside and stuff,
You haven't seen
you know,
me, bro.
for 9 years, I have been trying to get help, and I haven't had no medical treatment. And my whole left arm is like twisted completely, like almost sideways, and my right arm is pretty severely mangled as well, in my neck, my collarbone, and my back. I've went to the doctor and they've said some things, like they've said I've had an L2 through L5 problem where my spine curves in onto my intestine. I might wind up with a colostomy bag or whatever, but they don't really do nothing or nothing else after that. You know, I'm always told I'm fine and that there's nothing wrong with me, and they try to do physical therapy, and I do physical therapy until I'm blue, but still nothing. But anyway, with all that being said, Bonnie, you're right. The community will not come together because, well, partially, because if you believe in the Bible, it's all of it's prophecy, right? If not, you know, this might not apply to you. But if you do believe in it, then this is all prophecy. You know, the one time that people come together under one umbrella is when the mark of the beast and the beast kingdom is around, and they're saying stuff like, who can make war with the beast? You know, who is able to stand against him? You know, they're boasting and proud about it. All right. But until we get to that point, that's the issue, because society, for how many ever thousands of years or hundreds of thousands or however long it may have been, has lived in societal structures, and they come and go, come and go, come and go. But eventually you get to the very last one, because we've had too many chances to get all this stuff right. We've been messing up. So the problem is that it's all a mind game, because some of the most influential people are like psychologists, you know, people that understand the human mind and how to manipulate it. All right. That's why Hollywood is one of the biggest industries in the United States. And if you do some serious deep digging and research, you find out that they have government black budgets that fund Hollywood, taxpayer dollars. But anyway, you get people away from the idea of a close-knit community. You destroy the family. You cause divisions among people. You separate people at every pedigree of life, every idea. Okay. Then you start making the system and the governmental structure that people depend on. And that's a depend, because that's what it is. People depend on it. So you make that look like it's infallible or it's obsolete. And if you notice, that's what's going on around the whole world. There's so many countries right now where no one is happy with their government. Look into it.
Yes.
There's a lot.
And they're able to stand in the streets, or they're able to stand around their government buildings and say what they want to say. And that, zombie, don't tell me to F off again, is why I keep bringing up January 6th, because they were united together, not to cause trouble, they were united together as Americans, period. Whatever happened after they got there is whatever you want to see about it. But I saw Americans coming together no matter what color, no matter what culture. I saw Native Americans, I saw Chinese, I saw every group you can think of that was there joined together. That was our
never-
voice that day, and it was taken away for
I
whatever
never
reason
said
by
I never
whoever.
said that, Bonnie. I never
Yes, you
said that
did.
that what I didn't say it wasn't for a worthy cause. I just said that they were fucked at its conception. And the same thing's going to happen inside all these little cities and townships if we allow it. Same thing. If we step out and protest in our towns and communities and stay there, expect the same thing. You see, somebody's going to have to somebody's going to have to step in that ring. The older people, what are we going to do? Sit by and watch it happen? You know?
He's right to a degree
I am
because,
sitting back and
well,
watching.
what I'm saying is for the government, all they have to do is declare an assembly unlawfully, and then all of a sudden, things change. You see, because we do have the right to protest and assemble and all these things, but they've set limits to it, and they decide, is this lawful or not? And if they decide it's unlawful, then what are you going to do besides get tear gassed or sprayed with the water hose or have dogs attack you? We've seen all this stuff, like he was talking about in the riots, in the LA riots. We've seen this, people beaten with batons, and so it's not nothing new. But the thing is what I was saying is that the love of many have waxed cold. Okay. The Bible describes very clearly how the people are in the last generation: despisers of the truth, hateful, headstrong, haughty, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, backbiters, truce breakers, all these characteristics. Well, when you look, that's exactly how people are. No one is faithful in a relationship. And if it is a relationship where people are trying to stay together, they have open relationships. So that way they don't have to be faithful and they can still have a long-term partner. Okay. People don't get married really anymore. They just kind of live together and shack up. All right. People don't really have the same love for children that they once had. And children are suffering terribly right now, all across this nation and the world. People's tolerance with people is very short, and you see the constant video clips of like road rage or what have you. All right, you've got these mega movies like The Purge and whatever else, and people can say what they want about them, and yes, they do push a lot of bad ideas. But the thing is that if people didn't want something like that, it wouldn't be so popular in the first place. They wouldn't have made 5 or 6 Purge movies if people didn't just show up by the droves to see the other one or the first one. So that tells you that there's something inside of people they try to fulfill. That's why we got boxing. That's why we have violent video games, slasher flicks, horror movies, UFC fighting. People love violence. That's just what it is. To be honest, I mean, you see it, and I'm sure that we all know it. People are just short-tempered and stuff. But the thing is that if we don't find a common ground in Christ Jesus, him alone, this is what I believe. Anyone else that don't believe this, like I said, it might not apply to you, but me personally, in my opinion, if we don't find a common ground in Christ Jesus, then we're doomed before we even try anything anyway, because he's the one that holds us up.
You go. You got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. There's a lot of anythings out there. You got to choose, but just think about it, man. Let's just take a minute take a few steps back, take a few deep breaths, just appreciate everything, man. Just imagine the God, our creator, the architect behind all this. Just imagine the level of patience and understanding he has to have with us, you know. If he can see all, be all, he's, everywhere and all that it is time, I imagine that time to him is just nothing. Or I say him, creator, but just imagine how patient he has to be with everything that we go through, all the dumb decisions and all the backstepping and everything that we go through in life, and we still do. We're not perfect. We're better. We may not be where we want to be, but we're better off than we once were at some point. I do believe that. If nothing else in my own life, and I hope that transcends into your lives as well. If we all brothers and sisters, we all I am. I'm a living man. I hope that you're living men, living women. You know, everything that braves forth and things we need in life, it's all living. For the most part. But yeah, just imagine how patient that creator has to be with all this type of stuff that's going down here on this third rock from the sun. Man.
And the fact that he allows us to be here to inhabit this earth any longer, because he's putting up with all of it, because it's not like if, the creator of the universe decided that something shouldn't exist or, shouldn't be around or whatever. It couldn't just disappear from existence, because it could. But the fact that it's there proves his patience and long suffering toward us.
I'm not claiming that this is a church. I'm not claiming that this is any type of denomination, or I'm not trying to push any type of ideas, ideals, or things on the people. I'm just talking about what I see. People are talking about what they see. We come to some type of understanding, but who's say? This could be like a form of church, a form of gathering, where two or more gather, I am in that presence, So I hope that through everybody that's coming here, throughout what you're going through, what you've seen, what's battling you, what's on your back, what's ahead of you, whatever it may be, we're all in some form of communion and understanding right now. Whatever may have been said, whatever may get said, there's still a lot to be said. We ain't said it all. We ain't seen it all. We ain't even seen our whole lives yet. We've seen it up to this very point, We're as old as we've ever been and as young as we'll ever be right here at this moment. Boom, it just passed. You didn't even know it. But I don't know. That made any sense? You get 10,000 extra credit to watchworld.com. There's a site that doesn't exist, so stand by. Please be kind and rewind.
That was
Well,
in the that
I'm
was
sorry, go
something
ahead,
that the
brother.
founders something that the founders discussed in certain aspects was you have the right to figure things out on your own. It was some people say that it was founded around Christianities and certain beliefs and stuff, but to put it into a different metaphor is to say that you have a right to figure things out on your own, to go through all your trials and errors until one day you might find success in it. Learn from your mistakes, like Edison. He attempted to make the light bulb several times before he succeeded in making a light bulb. But look at it in a different perspective and you say, okay, what if you have a son and you say, hey, son, it's not okay to go out here and rob and steal and do things that's against other people. But eventually he goes out here, he steals a car, he goes out here, he gets involved in other things, and then he goes away for a while. But the moment that he escapes those shackles and chains, and he comes to you, and he says, I should have listened way back when. But you don't demonize them for their mistakes. And that's sort of about religion. It means that divine intervention, that's not something that's gonna happen until you ask for that divine intervention. And it's sort of like that old saying. You ever heard that old saying, what about the man in the middle of the ocean? And he's praying to God for somebody to save him. A boat comes by and they say, get in a boat. No, God's going to save me. Another boat comes by. Get in a boat. Nope, God's going to save me. The guy drowns, goes up there. He said, I thought you were going to save me. He says, I did. I sent 2 boats. You just didn't get in.
Yep. There will be signs, but people won't see them. You know, some will see them, some won't. Whatever it
Well,
may
and
be,
that's
you know, there's signs in each one of our lives. You know.
well, and that's
You
half
think
of
he,
it. Sorry, go ahead.
you think he walked up there? You think Jesus Christ walked up there with an AK-47 and all of his followers had guns and tanks and bombs and rockets? No, he didn't.
Yeah, I missed the 1900s.
But yes, that is half of it. The whole point is that God lets us choose what we want. Okay, what we desire. Because even in the Bible, it says a man is drawn away and tempted of his own lust. So, for instance, um, you might not be able to tempt me to eat a steel wool because I wouldn't like that very much. But if you had a Reese's peanut butter cup, well, I like chocolate and peanut butter, so I might eat that. And so it works the same for like sexual immorality or anything like that, anything at all. And if someone is never really wants to recognize the stuff that they do and take accountability, then they won't do that. Now, can you judge them for that? Absolutely not, because you yourself were there once too. Okay. The difference is that you just happen that your eyes opened. Some people's eyes open and some don't, but that's not our place to decide who's who and what's what.
Destiny will take its place.
But one of my biggest concerns that I personally have right now, not even with just the alien disclosure thing, because I think that can be very misleading. But back to the political thing for a second. So two things. It's like a dual-edged thing. First thing is that most people associate Christ and Christianity with bad people in Washington, D.C. and the people that might follow them or whatever. Okay. So that paints Christianity in a bad light in general, which is fine because Jesus said that was going to happen anyway, that it was going to be persecuted. So you should expect that. It's not something to shy away from. But anyway, so the political aspect of it is turning a lot of people against religion. All right. Well, the flip side to that same political thing is that you look at what this particular administration has been able to do. All right. And you think about what this particular administration has been able to do. Now, take into consideration that that's going to change in a few years. And yes, it's bad now, sure. But you never know the person that's going to come in at some point in time. You don't know what they're going to stand for. And if you look at what this administration's doing, that means that anybody behind him looked at that too, and they say, "Oh yeah, I know what I can do and what I can't do now, or what I can push the boundaries or whatever." So it's dangerous water we're in. But secondly, about this disclosure thing, mark my words, after this movie, Disclosure Day comes out, society is going to change in a very serious way because Disclosure Day is going to fill in gaps for people that they haven't been able to fill. And it's going to paint religious beliefs of the past as like the oppressor of knowledge. Mark my words. And then you're going to see people, because of these CE5 protocols with Stephen Greer, you're going to see people that are going to manifest and summon things that people have probably never entertained that they would even see or deal with. And a lot of people with the Project Bluebeam stuff and AI and all this stuff will tell people, oh, it's fake. But the problem comes in when if something manifests and they can reach out and they can touch you, you know. But those are just my thoughts on it.
No doubt. Gotta have a good balance, you know. Try to be, I don't know, well rounded, well read. Try to have an understanding. We definitely all got here up to some point, you know.
Yeah, it's hard being a Jedi Knight.
Yeah, we're all on a collision course, you know. Ultimately, our atoms, our existence, our somethingness, you know, has to come to a screeching stop, you know. Must go beyond this. Who knows when it'll be? Glad we don't know, you know. Me personally, I'm glad I don't know. Everything else in life that though has got an expiration date, I think that's just one of the many things that gives it that much more thrill, that much more aspect. If you could just appreciate it and just live life, whatever that is. We only get one shot of it, you know. That makes it even more special, I guess.
It makes it
But
unique, is what it makes it. That's why every single person, no matter who they are, is made specifically and uniquely. That's why every fingerprint is different. They can identify you by dental records. There's certain technologies that can identify you by the electromagnetic pulse that your heart produces by beat, because everybody has different ventricles and artery sizes and shapes and all these things. So we are all very unique. Even if Hitler was alive today, he would still be very unique to how he was made and who he was going to be and what his purpose was.
I used to go in and out of a building in my day when I was working. I would go in and out of certain buildings, and it would scan your veins in your hand in the 80s, in the 1980s. You could tell who you were by the veins in your hand. It's got way more sophisticated than that now.
Well, you think about, I believe it was MIT. Uh, I believe it was MIT, but they had experiments in the 1970s where they grafted brain cells to motherboards. And that's how they found out that brain tissue and the way that brains work and electronics are very similar in certain aspects. And that's where they actually started the artificial intelligence, was in them experiments, because that's why you had movies in the 80s like Total Recall and Terminator, because the idea is that you cannot make up or explain or replicate something that you've never seen or have no concept of. So for instance, you cannot tell me a brand new color that does not exist that you've never seen. So if they're showing movies back then of this technological thing with this whole idea and storyline behind it, that means they had knowledge of it.
I'm just gonna light some more weed and say far out, dude.
Well, I'm gonna say I gotta go ahead and get off of here because it's getting fairly late, and I've had a long day. And someone asked me actually in the comments. They asked me if I caught any fish because last night I said I was gonna go fishing with my wife. Um, no, I didn't. And I'm not like tooting, my own horn or anything, or my wife or anything. But we showed up to go fishing, and there was this man that was very dirty, carrying this black bag with laminated documents in it. And he walked up to me and he says, "Hey, you know where Logan is?" And I said, "No, I don't, sir." I said, "I'm not from here because I'm from Virginia." And my wife asked him what he's talking about, and he said or whatever. And she said, "Well, maybe go that way." So he started walking down the road. But me and my wife started talking, and we actually decided to pick this guy up. And we picked him up. We took him and got something to eat. Got him a drink and stuff. And we took him probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours away to where he was needing to go and dropped him off. And then we came home. But, I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, but that's, I didn't catch any fish. But with that being said, try to be compassionate to people because there's a lot of people out here that's hard up, and nobody really likes being in a hard up situation. And that is where despotism comes from, people being desperate and stuff. So, sometimes instead of judging a thief or whatever, if somebody's stealing something from you, obviously they probably need it more than you do. So just give it to them because that's what Jesus said anyway. If somebody were to steal from you, basically just give it to them. If somebody's going to sue you and take away your shirt, give them your coat also. Those types of things. But anyway, I wish y'all all well, and I pray y'all stay safe. Lord willing, I'll be on another episode. I hope y'all have a good night.
All right there, Mr. Mike.
Take care, Michael. Is it okay if I share a picture with you, Watt? Are you still there? We done run Watt off. Darn it.
I think he's fell asleep. He might be taking an intermission.
Maybe.
Yeah. Ronnie, I rattle on too much, like you say. People got a lot of emotions and stuff inside of them and experiences and things they've seen, but I just always use what I've seen and say, okay, I'm not going to live back there. I can't. I see the mistakes that were made in certain aspects of certain things, and I just try to look for the next positive thing to try to overcome it with, to be resourceful and witty.
Well, we'll see if he sees that when he comes back. It's a beautiful sunset driving through this evening.
What
Well,
kind
hello,
of
team.
what kind of an event did you say that was you went to?
It is a benefit. One of our young ladies had a brain tumor, and so it's a benefit for her.
You ever heard the name Scott Ritter?
Scott Rigger? No.
Yeah.
Not that I know
He's
of.
he's an ex-nuclear inspector for the UN.
Well, no wonder I haven't.
He's real popular around certain circles of conversations that's going on presently. Me and Scott Ritter and another guy named Rick, we had all three of us on a live cast one night coming out of Canada. And even Scott Ritter, he's had his skeletons in the closet, which means that he crossed paths with a female that was just underage. You see, just fixing to turn 18, and then all of a sudden they turned him into some kind of a predator or something to shut him up. He's had his family, he's had his own life threatened. He's had his family's life threatened. He's been threatened by government agencies. It's all true. And I worry about that with me sometimes because you take people to spend at witness to certain things.
Once you're in, you can't get
Huh?
right. Once you're in, you can't get out.
Yeah. So he goes on with Judge Napolitano. He rubs elbows with some bigger channels and what he has to say. And we were on a podcast out of like I said, Canada. And we sometimes we've had discussions since then privately, but the fact of the matter is we always go back to our training. We go back to what life exposed us to, not what other people have been exposed to, certain other circumstances. And
Right.
when you have certain knowledge of that, that's you are what you know. That's what I am. That's who I am. I told somebody this and I'm gonna stand on it. I'm not gonna be one of these people that's gonna run and panic and hide inside my house and fear to open my door and go out in my yard and go down my street or any of that. I'm not that guy. Sorry. So I don't operate very well on any kind of fear porn. It don't scare me. When somebody comes along and says something, it don't make me worry. It don't cause me any of that. You know. I'm glad we got females in the world, because without emotion, what would we be? You know. And somebody got mad at me one night because I said women sometimes can be big balls of emotion. Well, why shouldn't they be? You know.
You know, I didn't fall asleep yet, Pat. I put myself on mute while I constructed and put together my nightly cocoon that I crawl into each night. You know, a lot of people don't know that about me. I crawl into this self-constructed, self-contained cocoon each night to get revitalized, rejuvenized, re-energized, regrounded. It's groundbreaking, futuristic stuff, you know. Could hear about it more on Disclosure Day.
I put a picture back there if you want to share it.
Oh, I didn't know what that was. I didn't know if I should share it or not. It looked kind of risque. Let's see here. See here. Oh, man, check that out. This is where you were at today?
Yep.
Oh, man, check that out. Got the windmill. You got the solar vortex happening right in front of you. Yeah, there's definitely some EKSs, some EF423s in that bunny. How do you feel after seeing that, experiencing that?
It was beautiful.
There you go. I love it. Just appreciate it for a minute.
A big Texas sky.
And you got the windmill, you know. The windmill just kind of sets it off, you know. Some
Oh,
people
yeah.
look at that and be like, what is that thing, you know? What is that big giant sunflower looking apparatus, you know? I think it's a treadmill for like birds, you know, they land on it and it spins, you know. It's like a bird wheel.
Tell them it's a model 1810 generator.
Nice. Got a little arc in there. Got a little arc in there, Bunny.
I see that.
You know, they say a red sky tells the birds not to fly.
Wow.
It's an old sailor myth.
Excuse me.
Interesting stuff. I love it. It's fascinating.
There's always something beautiful to see. Even if it's just a wildflower popping up in your yard.
There you go.
And
let it grow.
So, Zombie, I understand you have seen the worst of the worst. Thankfully. Since my adulthood, I have not. Not to the extent that you have. And so, yes, we're going to have very different views on a lot of things because you see it going one way, but I see it going another way. And
You know,
it's not emotion that drives that. It's our life experiences and our beliefs that we stand by.
You know, it's not my intention or thought to say, okay, who are these people that I have discussion with and what consequences do they have in the outcome of my everyday routine? Will I ever meet them? Will I ever be around anybody that I talk to on the internet? So
Possibly.
I let people make that decision for themselves because I believe in trust. I believe opposites attract for a reason. You know, there's always got to be a villain, no matter where we go. There's a villain. Anything you try to go watch, entertain, whatever you think, there's going to be a villain in that aspect of something. You go to church, they're going to talk about the devil. Okay. Why talk about the devil when you go to church? What's the meaning of that? You know, everything seems to have certain consequences. Some outcomes of zero, some outcomes of massive casualties. You know, it depends on how you look at it. I try to temper myself on a communication level to where everyday, ordinary, regular folks, we can all kind of understand each other without being just totally turned upside down in our thoughts. You know, if we're not willing to come out here in this great world and watch world and have mild debates about certain philosophies and ideas and all this other stuff, then who are we?
So you call your approach mild? Just curious.
That's mild.
Yeah, I say for the most part, most people that come on here is pretty mild. You know, I don't think nobody's minus a few words that people may find offensive or triggering. I think for the most part, it's been pretty mild. I don't think we've got El Caliente just yet. You know, who knows?
No, I'm just messing with him now. Trying to get him to laugh, you know. That's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, I hear you. I do have laughter and emotion. I'm not this ogre. I don't go crawl up in a hole and live there till it's time for me to come out and eat somebody. I'm just not going to do that.
Well, you are a zombie.
Yeah,
Just don't want to be a whole zombie. You don't want to be a hole dwelling zombie. You know.
I'm a zombie force. I'm a zombie force. That don't make me a zombie. I'm a zombie force.
Mm.
I get it. You know, sometimes you feel like you might just be, what they say, beating your drum to a different crowd. You know,
Mm.
but if you look at it in a certain way, does the crowd always wind up with a certain result? If something else comes in there and says, okay, let's put a new perspective on this, like what? I know he believes in that, different perspectives and different views and opinions. And some people, they chase it so emotionally, they think, this person's getting pissed off or this good person. No. When I get through talking with White Life and you, Bonnie, and who else we got in here? I don't have my glasses on. I can't even see, but
Welcome up, Lady Smith. How are you?
Good evening, everyone. I'm
Good to
doing
have
well.
you up.
Holding tight.
Awesome.
Good to see you.
I like
Like
Lady
mine.
Smith.
So I think that we do have choices to make some positive changes, but it's an individual thing. You know, our perception and choice always matter.
No doubt.
It's pretty much what we have for freedom at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't even have it with your way at Burger King or the McDonald's, whoever's got the slogan, you know. You better make it your way, whatever you can hold on to or understand.
Isn't that a
Definitely.
fact?
Yeah.
I consider it a blessing still yet.
No, that's right. The tribe, always good to see you, sir. I hope all is well in your neck of the world. Yeah.
I think we all have legitimate concerns as to all the goings on. And Zombie, I get, you know, your point a lot of times that, you know, we've created some of the faux pas that are occurring in present. But again, I think that's individual. How do we come together as a whole when the powers that be, and in fact, are bent on keeping us entertained and distracted throughout this transitional process that we have, humans, as in we, have zero control over in reality? I think that, you know, time and time again throughout history, we've had these great changes occur at intervals I mean, look at the Mayans, the Aztecs. They were the greatest preppers, if you will, ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And are non-existent today. What is to be will be. It is not our plan. The choices we make in the mist are the matter.
Yep.
In my mind. And I think that it's applicable throughout each day. You know, we fuss about how rogue humanity has gone in the last, say, 20, 30 years. It seems like a short period of time at our age. Because we blink and it's like 20 years have gone by. We've been so busy. But I do not think that the Father meant for us to strive, to live in strife. Yet here we are.
Yeah, here we are. You know. Yeah, no,
We complicate things. We complicate things
no
by
doubt.
thinking we have the ability to improve every avenue of living.
No
Oh,
doubt.
Kim, you're too kind.
Each
No
day
doubt.
is
If
a
it's
day.
nothing more than just a simple fact, they can, you know. Maybe if it doesn't even have a true purpose or a true outcome, just the fact that, hey, we did it because we could do it.
Well, I think
I
we
think
all would like to think that we can come together at some point, and I think that we quietly are together more so than not. That greater good, I think,
Yes.
is alive and more than not. It's good to voice what we don't appreciate or what we think is incorrect.
Yeah, I
No
But
have
it
a
doubt.
doesn't
little.
mean. Say again, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
I might have a little problem with that. Sorry.
No, not at all.
I
Don't be silly.
voice. I voice.
Right. I get it. Our voices are squelched.
Yes.
It's good to have men, especially even women to speak up and speak out, you know. No doubt.
Well,
Maybe I guess you can overshadow some of this mansplaining, you know. Give some understanding thought it's mansplaining and untoxic masculinity, you know. It's a beautiful thing, you
balance,
know.
baby.
You got to have both sides. If you go all to one
Balance.
side, if you put all your eggs in one basket, ultimately that scale is just going to tip. It may tip in
Well,
your
I think
favor. It just may not be the favor you want. But yeah, you got to have balance, whatever it may be. The masculine, the feminine, whatever it is, you know. I'm not telling you to go paint your nails if you're a guy, and I'm not telling you to go do a G.I. Jane if you're a woman, you know. Unless that's your thing, then do it. Do it proud, do it strong. But other than that, you know.
right on.
Yes.
Nothing else, you know. Spread longer, pound harder, and do the information thing, you know. Come together.
men, we have to
Exactly.
be the men. We have to be the beast, and the women have to be the beauty of it. And if all else fails in society and things ain't working out, just free the zombie force. That's all you got to do. Just free. Just let it.
Well, I am grateful for what we have for those who do stand and those who have signed the ultimate ticket. I appreciate your service. I appreciate your knowledge. I, of course, don't agree with everything, but that doesn't matter. Um, you know what I mean? Like we
Yeah,
all
I
have
get it.
our, yeah. But I think that we are quietly stronger than we realize. It's
Yes.
the influx of negative pollution, mind pollution,
You
that
know, we're
is
not going to
quite
go.
strong.
I won't allow for anybody to go quietly in the night.
You won't
AE,
allow.
elaborate,
saying.
please, sir.
It's just a saying.
I get it. But I think we are stronger than we realize we are, that we have greater power as a whole. We don't utilize it. Everyone's busy, comfortable.
Behold,
I do
behold,
question how things are going to go, and I'm excited to see the outcome of some of these seemingly abhorrent actions that are taking place globally presently. But I think it's all part of the greater plan, and I have faith in the fact that ultimately we will come out as a stronger people.
Yes.
Whether that be through the digital age, if you will. You know, once we don't have a solid backed dollar and we are completely in the digital age, which is coming quickly, who's to say that isn't going to level things out? Where, you know, we fuss about the robots and the interference of AI and all of these things because they're imperfect. Yet we don't know that that's not part of the plan in order to level the playing field to some degree, if you will. Numbers are infinite. So digitally, you know, it changes the game tremendously. What that looks like, we don't really know. It's kind of, it's just like, you know, that the proverbial buyer's remorse. We buy into these things that we're all participating in, whether willingly or not. Just like, you know, I remember thinking years ago, 30 years ago, whenever it was, when they put the metallic strips on the driver's license, I was for sure, as a younger gal, that that was the mark of the beast, the beginning of the end, you know.
Right.
And now here we are, you know, 40 years later, 30 years later, that we're entering this digital age. And we know that that's imminent, right? What it looks like, we can't be sure. No one is. You know, there are hopes and ideas, and some of us see it as a degradation to human life. But is it? I mean, we don't know. And maybe that's my incessant optimism.
That's not a bad thing.
You're okay, Buddha. I don't know. I just find it all very interesting. I think that this is an exciting time to be alive. The struggles are absolutely real. I mean, I live on a very limited income.
Mhm.
and struggle with that, these days, being in the position I'm in. But it's heartbreaking to me. And there's my emotional side, zombie. Get some.
Mhm.
Ah,
But I think that we have so much to be grateful for on a daily.
Yes, we
Um,
do.
Yes.
I think I'm really proud of you, Watt, for being so open at your age, if you will, to hearing out others. Whether or not you agree, there's always something to learn from one another.
No doubt. There's times when I'm trying to figure out and battle the agreements with myself, the things that I'm thinking about battling, different things like that. So who knows? Ultimately I enjoy having the conversation, but who knows, everybody's learning something, everybody's feeling something, whether you resonate it with or not, maybe it'll open a different point of view. Maybe it's something that needs to
Absolutely.
be said, If you're hearing it first, then there's a reason, and obviously it needed to be said before now,
And if we
Sometimes the
disagree, it doesn't
the
mean
good
there isn't love
conversations and the
present.
ones that need to be had can be a little uncomfortable at first, Maybe not so much learning or opening your eyes, but just unlearning and shutting the doors and shutting your eyes to all the bull crap and all the lies and deceit and everything that they do and throw at us. I think ultimately that's the hardest part. It's not so much seeing, because so many people say that we see the thing, we can acknowledge the thing, but ultimately you just got to break loose of whatever shackles, whatever chains was still holding you on to whatever it was. Everybody's got a different shackle, a different chain. Some of us have broken forth. Some of us are still trying to pick the locks,
Absolutely. I know I've got,
I'm
I
just
don't feel
trying to
like.
find.
Say again,
Sorry.
Bonnie.
I'm just trying to find solutions. And I
I'm
think
with
that's
you.
what's frustrating me is I can't find the solutions because that's the way I've always worked is if there's a problem, there's a solution.
Absolutely. And we've been given all that we need in order to attain those solutions. I think we get wrapped up in the semantics
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yes.
and it clouds our forward movement.
yeah, I get it. A lot of people, it's like, I'm going. Are you coming with me or not? And you're like, not if you're going to go jump off the edge of a cliff. And I told you there's a cliff over there. Go right ahead.
Yeah,
It's 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 expected that you have to be a part of a certain social circle in this country. You have to be on a party of one side or another, or a race of one or another, or something. You've
hey,
got to
children.
be on that. You got to be on that team. That's what they think. You know,
Well, what are we teaching our young folk that are coming up behind us? Because essentially our lives are lived, right?
Right.
And they learn from what they see more than what they hear, especially nowadays.
That's
So
true.
what are we showing our young folk?
if we can't change our own minds and think on the same level as being adults and living our lives to a full and into our older ages, then how can we expect for the younger generation to grasp the hold of that concept in our division?
Because
How can we lead? See, we don't.
we're elder guides. Yes? I mean, we are elder guides to. This is the legacy of the elder, is to leave with greater information, a better way of life. You know, once you learn, you do better, right?
Right.
When you learn a better way, you do a better way. Or I shouldn't say you, but
No, I do too.
you know, yeah, sometimes it might take me a few times because somehow experience seems to be my greatest teacher. But as an elder, I feel like it is our responsibility to lead in a better way.
True.
I think it's been overcomplicated in a sense.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
overcomplicated. Yeah. Shoes have to
That's
be a
human
certain
nature,
kind of
though, isn't it?
shoe.
To some degree.
You know, shoes have to be a certain kind of shoe instead of shoes have to be a certain brand of shoe. See, it means that people wore shoes to accommodate their everyday lifestyle. Now
But
people wear name brand labels to accommodate their their peers. You know, they drive certain
I,
cars, they live in certain houses, they don't
that's
keep it
changing.
simple.
That's changing. The younger folks have watched what's occurred, have experienced,
Mm-hmm.
let's say, 6 years ago, and were talk about squelched, that whole generation. So they see all this and they don't want any part of it. They want a simpler life. They don't need all of the showy, fashionable. Yes, there are a minority that still play that plastic game, but the ones that are coming up now look at it a lot differently.
Yeah.
Like they're wearing, and just by the way they're dressing, they're down dressing instead of running naked all the time, if you will. Yes, there will always be those that, participate in the Etruscan ways, if you will.
Yeah.
But I think that we are coming along. It's a slow process. I mean, we didn't wreck all of this overnight, but they see, we grew up not recognizing some of the poisons that are in our food, some of the things that we've done that have had great negative effects. And young folks aren't buying into it. They just are not. I make time to go to campuses that are somewhat local, and I'll go down, have lunch, sit outside of a cafe or a little barista or something, and just kind of get the vibe of the young folks that are around and where their heads are. And I'm liking what I'm seeing in the last couple of years. I'm liking it a lot.
Me too. That's most are seeing what's up,
Yeah.
not
I
feeling.
think we know too much sometimes. I think that what changed our society, and I see the young generation, they like the old Pioneer stereo systems and all this stuff, the old school stuff. I've got that stuff only because
The
why?
dependable thing.
Exactly. They're redundant and they have good quality. And then the younger generation, they have so much access to knowledge, and uh, a lot of them still tend to use that for entertainment instead of the knowledge that exists there. You know, that if that's what I'm trying to say, they enjoy a good video game more than they do a documentary on how to do things. How, you know, I've got a daughter. She's in her 30s. She's uh, retired from the Navy. She has two
Millennial.
kids. She has two kids, and she can't wait to pick my granddaughter up from school to go home to be able to go out in the backyard and grow her garden. And my granddaughter works in the garden with her, and I have all that video of what's going on there. It's not It's not all what a person thinks.
Right.
It's what's your physical capabilities in this world? You're not going to be able to just sit in a chair in front of a screen for the rest of your life, because
Right.
a majority of adults, a large majority of the adults do that. Home from work, they got a 6-inch screen in their vehicle that shows them not to back into something. They got XM
I
radio,
still use the
any
side
channel.
views.
Yeah,
I'm back in a trailer. I'm not looking at that screen.
yeah. So I mean, there's good knowledge and there's bad knowledge, but it goes back to more your vehicle. If you just think about it, your vehicle was designed for
Right. Kim?
entertainment and comfort. That's what it was designed for. Now it's not. The utilitarian vehicle doesn't exist anymore unless you build your own. So
Man, math tribe.
Excuse me, man.
I think they know too much about certain things and they don't know enough about any other. So that's just the same old beat
Well,
the
that's
dead
the
horse.
working parent household, you know. So a lot of the foundation is missing. Not intentionally, I don't believe. I believe by just being caught up in day to day, so that foundation, I say missing, but lacking, perhaps. But that's changing as well. People are starting to figure it out that, no one's going to be as good to your children and teach them the things that that you find solid in life, except for you. There will be others along the way, but no one's going to take care of your babies like you are. And that foundation is essential. And because we've had 2-parent, long term working households, it has taken away from those foundational skills by design.
It's crazy, ain't it? It's really crazy world. It's like I had somebody say, I really like I eat Cracker Barrel every time I get a chance. Their food's like really, really good. I said, what do you like? They said,
From the
well, I
freezer
like
to the
their
fryer.
beans. They got good beans and cornbread and okra and fried okra and all this other stuff. And I'm like, hold on a damn minute. People inside this country, some of them, they have
Some.
they've learned to live outside of their means and they're used to it, which
They practice.
it involves the woman having to go to work and the man having to go to work and the daycare and all this other shit. And okay, hold on a minute. Now, if you go in their house, what do you see? Oh, there's a flat screen in this room. There's a flat screen in that room. They got 2 or 3 video games. The teenage daughter's got a new car. The teenage son's got a new car. He drives a new pickup truck. She's got to have a decent car. All these other things. And I'm
And they
like,
want to start
oh,
out in a new house, but that's not realistic.
yeah,
We,
I'm like, are you kidding me?
well,
You need to humble yourself. Humble yourself. You will live a lot longer and a lot better if you just quit involving yourself in that rat race. Don't think it's the
society has
norm.
created that.
Yeah.
They have a lot more basic bills than we had coming up.
Yeah.
I know when I first got married, it was a struggle for 10 years to make good money. You worked 10 hard years before you started making decent money. You didn't leave the nest and to a new house. You got what you could afford and you worked your way. But it's different now because society shows that that's what they're supposed to have, or And that's where the entitlement comes in, is through society. Oh, look, we should have that. No, it took us 20 years to build that, or better. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They don't realize sacrifice necessarily.
I see it every day in different ways. You know, I got people that live around. There's a mobile home park nearby. I live kind of out from town, but there's a
Right, Pat?
mobile home park there, and there's not the wealthiest people. There's quite a few of poor people that live out in this area. And I got people. Somebody came by tonight, knocked on my door, and asked me, did I have any rolling papers? And I'm thinking, well, you know, pothead zombie ain't got no rolling papers. But I gave her the whole pack of rolling papers. I got extras because I get it.
Back
I
up.
get it. You know, I get it.
Right, right. Well, I mean,
So everybody's in this struggle. They're looking at, oh, I don't want to live that life. Oh, I couldn't live that life. I'll do anything not to live that life. Everybody don't live that life. You know what I mean? You don't have to put yourself in total
I don't know. Some of the
financial
wealthiest
slavery.
people I've known throughout life, you would never know that they were wealthy,
And
as
if
far
I've
as
got it,
financially speaking.
if I've got it to give, which is everything, you know, I told my dad, I said, if I just gave away everything I had, he says, well, he says, you know, you can still move back home,
Right?
you know. I'm like, oh yeah. He said, but I know you're not going to because I know you like your privacy. But it's going to come to that time one day or another in everybody's life to where they have to ascend to something. They're not going to have mom, dad, aunts, uncles, grandparents. They're not going to. They're going to become those people. We people in my age group, I consider us. We're the old people now.
Yes, we
You
are.
know, we're the old people.
We are the elders. And what we
We,
show them matters. What they see in us absolutely matters.
I definitely appreciate everything, you know. I appreciate y'all being here, the knowledge, the insight, the perspective. I definitely appreciate all of that. But, you know, even as a youngster myself, with what life I still have ahead of me, I got to call it, you know. All good things must come to an end, unfortunately, fortunately, you know. Any final thoughts, comments, concerns? Let it rip.
Thanks, Watt. Appreciate you, Bonnie, Zombie.
Definitely, I
oh yeah.
appreciate you. I think the link's still pinned. If anybody wants to come into the backstage, feel free, feel welcome. Still be back there for a little while myself. So, yeah, I appreciate everybody for tuning in, tuning out, being with us here in the now, maybe in the future. I definitely appreciate it.
Much love,
Sometimes,
all.
definitely. Sometimes life
Please.
tests us not to expose necessarily our weaknesses, but to reveal the strength we never knew we had. You know, all that we seek and all that we run from is already inside of us. You know, it's how we choose to manifest it and formulate it into our realities, our perspectives to make our own reality better, our own existence better, better for the future, those that depend on us. You know, there's people that depend on all of us, the ones in our family, the ones in our metaversal worlds, the people that you don't even know that's watching you, that's cheering you on from the back section. You know, I hope this person succeeds. I hope they advance and achieve everything that God has before them, you know, because that's my motivation. You know, that's what gets me going. Whoever that may be, whenever it may be, I appreciate it that we're all going through it together. You know, it's not the end yet. Maybe the end of this broadcast, but it's not the end of the world. Kim's in Australia. She said it's beautiful. She's working in the garden. So the world did not end today, ladies and gentlemen.
You
Make the
know,
best of it.
I said that on Vision's comment section on his video today he made that we're all going to die, but not today, Shirley.
Not today,
And
Shirley.
And I gotta be up in 2 hours anyway, so I'm gonna make another pot of coffee because I gotta give somebody who needs a ride to work so they can make money and have